apple from your tree, maybe. All we ever want is to break free. But we need each other, you and me. We need each other, can you see? Kosimu ihunayaki. Show me your color of love. Ooh, yeah. Kosimu ihunayaki. I've waited so long for this love, black heart. Kosimu ihunayaki. Show me your color of love. Ooh, Kosimu ihunayaki. I've waited so long for this love, black heart.
Hello and good morning. Welcome, everyone. We're all welcome to the 6th Faith Annual Alumni Conference. Yes, you'll permit me to have to do this way. Last year, we had participants from over 5 continents around the world. So I would like to first of all begin to acknowledge every other person that is joining into this conference from outside of Africa. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening for wherever you are joining this conference today. Europe, Africa, Asia, and also Africa once again, because we are hosting and we'll call ourselves the host continent. Nigeria, good morning. Western Nigeria, good morning. Good morning, Lagos. And good morning, Ijora. Well, welcome once again to the Faith Foundation Annual Alumni Conference. And for this conference this year, tagged Resetting Your Business to Thrive in Challenging Times. So a bit of a background to the conference. Yeah, this is the 6th edition. And last year, despite the emergence of the pandemic, we were able to have and hold this conference virtually. This year, we'll be having it virtually, like you are joining already, live from Lagos. Yes, live from Lagos. And at this point in time, I would also want to welcome together, we have in-house my co-host for today, who will walk us through highlights of our agenda for today. We have Mrs. Clara Okoro, who happens to be and doubles as the PRO of the Alumni Exco Committee. And also, she is the founder and CEO, Brand World Media. You're welcome, Mr. Clara.
Thank you very much, Itoro.
I'm sure the viewers out there are waiting to hear what you have in stock for them.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's a super delight to be before you this morning, co-hosting this very, August occasion event with Itoro. I'd like to welcome you all once again, and we hope it's really going to be a very interesting time with you today. Well, I'm going to go ahead to just give a brief conference highlight about what we're expecting from today's program. First, we're going to have the 2 plenary sessions with 2 entrepreneurial leaders on this year's theme. Then we have 2 interactive panel sessions with 4 industry leaders. We also have exciting updates from the Faith team, the Alumni Exco, regarding plans for the 2021 to 2022 year. We have funding opportunities for SMEs from the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. We also have announcement of the 100 winners of the Facebook Small Business Grant Competition. Next, we have networking and engagement with other alumni members, and we have lots of good live music and good vibes for you. So we really would like you to sit back and enjoy thoroughly today with us. And Itoro, I don't have you If you have anything to say before I introduce our
Yes.
ED.
Yes, I do have something to say. So for those of us joining from wherever we're joining, just to remember that every conference we always have a hashtag. And for this year's conference, please pick up your devices, take your selfies. If you're joining from the house, from your workplace, take your selfies, take your screenshots from your mobile device, and just use the hashtag Fate Conference. Yes, hashtag Fate Conference, FATE Conference. Thank you very much, everyone. Back to you, Mrs. Clara.
Thank you, Itoro. I can assure you it's going to be a really exciting, engaging day. So sit back, take your pens and papers to jot down some of the information that will really be necessary for your business. And before we go off the stage, I'd like to welcome the Executive Director of Faith Foundation, Mrs. Adenike Adeyemi, to come over and take over proceedings from us.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to those of us who are here in our live studio and all our participants from our Zoom platform there. I am very delighted to welcome you all to the 6th Faith Foundation Annual Alumni Conference. We started this alumni conference 6 years ago, and it's a conference for alumni and driven by the alumni members. But of course, we also have various entrepreneurs and members of the Nigerian entrepreneurial community also joining us. We're very happy that despite the pandemic and despite the challenges of the environment, we're all able to come together to discuss, to network, to connect. And I'm really delighted on behalf of the board and the management of the team to welcome you all. I really also would like to appreciate our keynote speakers and special guests. I know we have quite a number of them already on the platform. I definitely know that Mr. Wale Oshin and Mrs. Tokima Bogunje are on the platform as we speak at the moment. I want to welcome all our alumni members who are here present. A few of them are live here with us, and some of them, most of them are on the Zoom platform joining in from different states across Nigeria. We thank you very much for continuing to be the inspiration for the work that we do, for inspiring us with your resilience, with your commitment to building really strong businesses despite the odds. We thank you for always picking up our calls when we call you. We thank you for opening your businesses to us, and even for a lot of you for opening your lives to us. We really do appreciate you. We're always very excited to have our alumni conference, and this year, really, we've taken it up a notch higher, and I can't wait for you to hear a lot of the exciting programs, plans, and activities that the Faith Foundation Alumni Executive Committee members have planned for the rest of this year, but definitely for 2022. So my advice, as with all conferences, is that, stay engaged, keep connected. There's a lot of information that will pass across over the next 4 to 5 hours, and you will enjoy it. You will get a lot of nuggets and tips, and you will be very, very inspired. I would like to appreciate the work that has enabled us to do this conference, that has been powered by the Faith Foundation Alumni Executive Committee members. They've worked with us over the last couple of months to ensure that the theme, the structure, the details, the speakers, the content, the flow, everything really spoke to the needs of the members of the alumni community, because we can plan and design a program, but we want to make sure that it speaks to your current challenges, your current needs, and that we have the speakers that also can also bring out the information and the knowledge that you speak. And so I am very grateful to the support that we have and we continue to get from the members of the executive committee. And speaking of the executive committee, I am very delighted and honored to welcome none other than the president of the Faith Foundation Alumni Executive Committee, Mr. Max Menkiti, a graduate of our EEP 12 and 26 class, and who is leading his entire team to ensure that we have a successful summit. You're welcome, Mr. President. You're welcome, sir. Over to you.
Welcome to our 6th conference. I want to say a very special welcome to you today. Today is day 0, and we've been counting down from 14 days. I'm sure you've seen all our posts on social media, trying to get as much interest as possible from out there. Today is a very special day. We have very, very powerful speakers, and they are going to give you very important words of wisdom that will surely boost your businesses. So today I want to say welcome 27, welcome 21, and welcome 6. Let me break that down. Welcome 27, because Faith Foundation is now in 27 states around the country. If we're not yet in your state, don't worry, we'll be there shortly. Welcome 21, because Faith Foundation is 21 years this year. It's consistently delivered high quality entrepreneurial support and growth for 21 years, and that is an amazing record in Nigeria or indeed anywhere else. Welcome 6, because this is our 6th annual gathering of the alumni community. It's a special time. If you reflect on the effects of COVID and what it did to the world, we really were at a crossroads of how to continue delivering this alumni conference. But as true entrepreneurs, you would appreciate that in every disappointment or in every challenge is the seed of greatness. And I think Faith Foundation as a whole, with the Alumni Expo, we've been able to grasp that seed of success within the pandemic and go digital. This enabled us to have a fantastic annual conference last year with the 5th, that was the 5th one. And this year, we've even evolved to a hybrid style. So you notice that we have a live studio, and simultaneously, we're also online at Zoom. And it helps us reach many, many more people. So welcome, 27 states, welcome from 21 years, and welcome to our 6th annual conference. It's going to be a power-packed session. Please, like my other colleagues have said before me, get your notes, get your pens ready, and listen to the speakers. As they speak, typically sometimes all you need is just one inspiration. Don't be shy to ask questions. Go to the Zoom platform, put down your questions in comments. We shall be taking questions and we shall be taking comments, because this is all about you. It's about making you a better person. I'm so happy that you've all joined today. I can promise you, despite the recession, despite the pandemic, despite the high inflation, today we're all gathered here to learn. And I assure you, when we continue doubling down on these learning habits, tomorrow indeed is promised to be a better day. So it's going to be a fun-packed session. I welcome you all from around the world. I'm sure that today our viewer numbers are going to be massive, and we're going to go right across the globe. So join me as we prepare to get into serious business. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to our 6th Alumni Conference, and it's going to be spectacular. I'm now going to hand over to my EXCO colleague, Madam Clara. Over to you. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much. Can I have another round of applause for my president, Mr. Max Menkiti? Thank you. So now we go into the program proper for today, and that takes me on to give you a brief profile overview of our first speaker. Mr. Oluwole Oshin is the founder and group managing director of Custodian Investment PLC, a financial services group with interests in insurance, pensions, property, and trusteeship. He has received numerous awards, including nomination as African CEO of the Year by African Reinsurance Corporation and the 3-time awardee of the Top 25 CEOs Award by Business Day newspaper. He spends a lot of his free time doing philanthropic work with the Waito Foundation, which he runs through the Waito Group of Schools. I'd like you all to join me in welcoming Mr. Oluwole Oshin to the program today. You're very much welcome, sir. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I hope you can hear me also.
Fantastic. All right, so we'll go immediately into the presentation. And Mr. Wole Oshin, founder and group managing director CEO of Custodian Investment, will be taking us through the presentation on resetting your business to thrive in challenging times. Welcome, sir.
So thank you very much. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the president of the Alumni Association of Faith Foundation. I'm highly honored, to deliver this speech this morning, or this address this morning, to a group of successful entrepreneurs, but also importantly to an institution that I've come to admire. Permit me to pay special tribute to the founder of this great institution, Mr. Paula Adiola, who happens to be my big brother and someone whom I've grown to know and respect over the past 25 years. I met him several years ago in my search, for investments as a young man looking to get investors to join me in the journey of building Custodian. But I also served under him several years ago under the Presidential Committee on Pension Reforms, for which he was the chairman and, of course, the reform initiator of the entire pension space that we have in Nigeria today. So I truly welcome you, sir, and thank you very much for all that you're doing, the inspiration and everything. Well, so I'll just go into my talk, which I'd like to let you all know that for some of us, there hasn't been much of a difference. I'm a product of, the structural adjustment program of Nigeria, graduating in the early mid 1980s, walking into a time in Nigeria where employment was very difficult. So, but the world, as we all know it, is going through a most challenging period as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic virus, which has killed over 4 million people and infected over 200 million people. A virus which has killed many businesses and sent millions of people into the job market. A virus that has impacted economies both locally and socially, bringing about unrest and inequality gaps across the globe. Here in Nigeria, we're still grappling with the outcome of the virus, with businesses struggling to stay afloat as a result of the high inflation and unpredictable foreign exchange rates, coupled with security challenges across the country. All these have left businesses shaky and sometimes confused as to what the next line of action should be. One question I'm asked from time to time is things like, should I invest and grow my business, or just keep my money in foreign exchange and hedge? Some others have lost their capital and are wondering what next. Sadly, the most vulnerable tier of businesses are the SMEs, for which majority of you represent. All businesses are susceptible to risks under the prevailing environment, and there's a need to be intentional about how you navigate your way through this period. As you may be aware, the very unpredictable nature of our economy results in bursts and booms, also harbors huge potentials for the discerning who intentionally set out to navigate the storm. This crisis has changed and altered the way we all think and do things forever. As a result of the pandemic, cyber attacks is on the increase because of the high usage of online work tools, and new opportunities have emerged in the sciences, especially in the technology space. Government and institutions are having to rethink economic and financial strategies and models to mitigate and avert social unrest and economic collapse. We have had shifts in the past as a result of wars, sanctions, government policies and regulations, which affected our businesses and continue to do so. And we have also been able, one way or the other, to maneuver and adapt. However, the pandemic presents a different kind of risk. It can mutate and show up in different ways we don't know. So there's no one formula. There's no approach, to dealing with it. There are also uncertainties coming as a result of climate change, leading to global warming and rising water levels across the globe. businesses will have to prepare and resilient, and we have to prepare and be resilient to withstand some of these threats. Permit me as I go along, to sort of like sometimes use personal experiences as a result of my journey. Peter Drucker defines an entrepreneur as one who always searches for change, responds to it, and exploits it as an opportunity. I think that really is the mindset that I would be talking about today. That mindset of recognizing opportunities as a result of change, as a result of challenges, and exploiting those opportunities. Growing up, I grew up in the university sector, as a child, but I exhibited entrepreneurial skills from a very young age. I sold used tires of my dad and mom's vehicles, and I also packed old clothing and shoes and sold them in downtown Ibadan, or your state, the ancient city of Ibadan. I was about 12, 13 years, and moving into university, the University of Lagos, I always felt insurance industry, for which I have studied actuarial science under the insurance department. People had always viewed the insurance industry as a weak industry, as one of people that are inefficient and were not able to communicate to the world exactly what they were doing. So it was a challenge for me at that time. I remember I saw myself as a CEO. I saw myself as somebody who will change the face of the insurance industry. And I penned down the name of my insurance company at the age of 18. I recall one of the people I spoke to happens to be somebody that we talk about it till today. So the custodian journey, we incorporated custodian in 1991, but we did not start business until 1995. Now, you may be wondering why that was. Well, the delay was due to, one, indecisive decision-making on my part, which led to my submitting our license application 2 days later than planned, not realizing that within the 2 days that decision of submitting did not take place, the federal government of Nigeria will make a pronouncement suspending the licensing of insurance companies indefinitely. And that announcement I had on the NTA news, and I was shocked. I had resigned my job, put in my letters of resignation, and had been talking to investors. We had raised money, and this government, intervention just came up. So you can just imagine, we got our license 4 years later in 1995, after the paid up capital had been increased from 300,000 naira at the time to 300 million naira. So a 2-day delay led to 4 years delay and 1,000% increase in paid up capital. Moving on, we proceeded and started our operations in a converted boys' quarters in Ikoyi for the first couple of months. Nigeria was still recovering from the overhang of the structural adjustment program and the June 12 crisis. Doing business at the time was tough. We therefore came up, with a strategy of coming into the market small, slim, and nimble. And we decided to model our business and our structure around the old IBTC at the time. So we said we'll take only businesses in a supportive role as opposed to leading any account. This drastically reduced our overhead costs, and our staff strength was very small. We made profits in the first year of operations, and we have done so for the past 25 years. Having studied the industry, the landscape, and support organizations for several years whilst we were doing business at the time, we decided to then move to the next level, by taking control and leading for the next phase of our business growth plan. We started advertising and accepting businesses directly from insurance brokers and clients. This was necessary both to increase our market share and to position the business to withstand the shocks and the uncertainties in the economy, because we recognized that in challenging times, you needed some level of size. We achieved this by a combination of organic growth and mergers and acquisitions. We acquired a series of insurance companies over the years and soon became a dominant insurance group. By this time, we had become a top 5 insurance company. We, however, created what we call a confederal structure. So we had small independent units within the company. This ensured that we didn't lose our speed and our flexibility as a result of decision-making processes that was very critical to us and the size that we wanted to maintain. To further fortify and strengthen our structure and to build resilience because of this environment that we find ourselves, it's been there. Again, an unpredictable and challenging environment, we rebranded and transformed the insurance group into an investment group with investments in insurance, pensions, trusteeship, and property. The diversification, if you want to call it horizontal or whatever, though in different industries, are all aligned and complement one another. Now, tying this up, is the journey of, ensuring that we had to become digital. This is something we embarked upon a while ago, realizing the importance of the technology age and being digital. So we did the process, we started the process several years ago in a bid to create a seamless user experience for our customers. When the pandemic struck and we had to shut down on-site work, it was easy for us to switch to remote work, serving our clients hitch-free. We grew both our revenues and profits during that period. On the other hand, those that did not respond quickly also lost ground. Now, I'm just going to quickly share some of the lessons that we learned in the period. So in a changing and challenging environment, timely decision-making is critical. Leave no room for procrastination and excessive analysis. Take decisions, make your mistakes, and learn from them. 2, being small and nimble keeps overhead costs in check and allows for the speed required for small startups in challenging landscapes. Remember, we introduced the confederal structure in custodian because we realized that we needed to still have that nimble and small structure within the system.
It's finishing, right? And we're going to have a 30 minutes.
Develop and protect your culture. Now, for me, this is very critical. Culture is so important and very, very critical in any business. Growth can come with challenges. Irrespective of how you grow, develop a culture and guard your organization culture jealously. All you care, all of you may not know, but you have culture in your organization and you really need to understand it. For us, culture is everything. And we recognize the fact that a little poison can infect your entire business.
Just think about it.
An organization with a strong culture will keep you steady in stormy waters. So as we navigate challenging times, culture will ring-fence the structure, the processes, and your systems. Number 4, pivoting and scaling your business in uncertain and challenging times can help your business grow exponentially. There may be reasons to decrease or expand your product offerings or move into a completely different sector. Don't be bogged down by sentiments and inertia. We recently bought significant holdings in UPDC PLC, a leading real estate company in Nigeria, because we saw an opportunity in the huge housing gap in the country. This deal was closed during COVID, when most companies were averse to taking on new risks. 5, you need to be proactive and ahead of the curve. At a time like this, you just have to create scenarios. You have to, begin to ask yourself the what if questions. What if this? What if that? Don't just sit and assume things are going to stack up the way you plan for them to stack up. Keep that scenario analysis. Keep asking questions in your teams and in your brain. Ask those questions. Put it this way, we have to be paranoid. and always consider the worst case scenario. So I think that paranoid mentality, will help at a time like this. 6, shield yourself from the noise. Stay focused and get into the tunnel. Because of the environment, there's so much negativity all over the whole place. And as an entrepreneur, you have to keep a positive state of mind. You can't afford to look back. You're already sailing. You're in the middle of the ocean. If you don't keep your head down, you will sink. So you need to keep the noise down and stay focused. It's very, very critical at a time like this. Lead from the front to instill confidence in your team. Don't forget, it's almost like we're in wartime. You have to lead from the front. This is not the time for all-round delegation. People are looking up to a leader. They're looking up to who's going to take us out of this mess, who's going to push us forward. So what you need to do at a time like this is, if you had retreated, for which all of us have done, or most of us have done, because we wanted certain of our people to lead, there may be a need for you to come forward a little bit more, to ensure and to give confidence to the team. During crisis, you don't lead from behind, you lead from the front. 8, collaboration and partnerships. Because you need to de-risk, you need to spread your risk. As an insurance person, I understand risk spread. So this must be one of the options that you're looking at. How can I collaborate at a time like this? How can I partner such that I can scale, deal with more numbers, but also spread my risk? The open source will be the way to go in terms of technology. Embrace technology. Innovation and technology, that's a no-brainer. If you're going to compete in the future, you'd have to work on your systems, because you're going to be dealing with a lot more people. After is out here now, and for small scale businesses, I want to believe that we're already positioning ourselves, because there's a huge opportunity across Africa. Once the borders are liberated and the tariffs are gone and the African market becomes your market, then you have to be able to access those markets in a very efficient and competitive way. Technology will do that for you. So digitize your systems. Number 10, building resilience through insurance. I will be doing injustice if I do not talk about insurance, because at a time, challenging times, or when things are changing, it is important that insurance is seen more from a risk perspective, but in reality, is actually a business enabler. With insurance, you can explore and take risks on new opportunities and new ventures without much ado. So we have climate change, we have global warming, rising water levels. We've seen what happens anytime it rains and floods, especially around the Lekki corridor. We know the kind of claims that we pay, the several hundreds of millions of naira that we pay out in claims because of these things. It affects businesses, it affects homes, because of COVID and all the challenges, tension everywhere, insecurity. We saw what happened with the NSAS, we saw what happened with the reactions from the South African xenophobic attacks, that malls were burnt down and all those. Businesses were brought back almost immediately. How do you think those things happened? Behind the scene, it's insurance. Payment of billions and billions of naira to get businesses back on their feet. So as small scale businesses, you have to take insurance seriously. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, you may find it difficult recalibrating. It's important that you also understand your space and keep abreast of regulatory and other government requirements. As small businesses, these are areas that sometimes is overtaken and overlooked, and people don't necessarily pay attention to them. And I think that is very, very important. Regulators have become, let me use the right words. You have to be careful with regulators. Be it your tax, your industry regulators, Standards Organization of Nigeria, your businesses can be taken out overnight. So you need to understand what is going on there and pay, attention to it. In closing, I'll say one thing. I'll just say where we are now requires that, we just have to be flexible. The way we've been doing business has to change. We can't afford to be rigid. We have to be flexible in our entrepreneurial journey, embracing change with excitement and taking advantage of the opportunities challenges bring our way. This will be my advice to the alumni of this great institution, that, we just have to be flexible. We have to be nimble. We have to be able to pivot, scale, and move from side to side, depending on what is coming. It's like a sailor. You're on high sea and the waves are coming. You have to navigate around it. And that's exactly the mindset that the entrepreneur needs to put in place. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wale Oshin, for that very insightful presentation. And I'm very confident that a lot of us have picked so much from that as insights that we can also apply to our businesses. What I found very interesting was the shift you made from your normal in-person activities to remote work. That was absolutely very brilliant. And I think a lot of companies would have to also look at that initiative, that things have changed and we're not going back to the old ways of doing things. We're definitely going to go into the session where we'll be asking questions and having a lot of feedback from those of us watching via Zoom. But before then, I'd like to acknowledge the board of directors of Faith Foundation who are joining us via Zoom. Thank you very much all for making up time to be with us. I also like to remind participants to follow us with the hashtag @FaithConference. And also, I would very most importantly like to introduce once again the Executive Director of Faith Foundation, Mrs. Adenike Adeyemi, who is going to moderate this session for the question and answer and interactive aspects of this session. Adenike.
Thank you very much, Madam Clara. I hope everybody can hear me. Please do a thumbs up in the Zoom room if you can hear me. Fantastic. Ms. Oshie, can you hear me?
Sure, I can, yeah.
Yes. So thank you very much for your speech and walking us through your entrepreneurial journey, sharing with us how you have also grown and how, in a very high level way, how the Custodian brand has really evolved into what it is today. And so my first question is going to be around one of the points that you said in terms of understanding the regulatory space. And when a lot of our alumni members talk about the challenges with running a business in Nigeria, one of the main top 3 points that they talk about is not understanding the direction of policies. Even in spaces where the sectors have been around for a bit, and to a large extent, there is evident documentation of the policies. There is a lot of concern that sometimes a government can wake up at the state level, or a ministry or parastatal can decide a particular thing. Then there's the more practical experiences with tax and regulators, and particularly local and state taxes. So a lot of our businesses, particularly those that have business presence and operating locations, I can't count the number of the last 1 to 2 years where we've gotten called because somebody has locked up their businesses and all of that. And we can also say that in a lot of these situations, they had done what they knew to do and had even gone way over and beyond to ensure that they got maybe a tax advisor or regulator with that. And so, in your experience, you're in a very highly regulated space, and probably some of our entrepreneurs are not even in a space as regulated as the insurance space. What is that practical advice and guidance that you would give to our entrepreneurs around navigating the uncertainty of the regulatory environment at all points, federal level, state level, local level, and all forms? What are the things that you see is working, and how would you suggest that they explore those challenges? Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Nikki. I think your question is one that affects everybody in Nigeria, and I think it's probably as a result of the fact that it's a nation in transition, and when you are in transition, sometimes certain things are not very clear. If you're in the UK or any other country, you understand what you have to do. Everybody knows when to file their taxes. Everybody knows what bills to pay at any particular point in time. Everybody knows. And if you don't, the consequences, you also know it. You know how much you're going to pay. Everything is clear. But like I said, because we're in transition, the advice I would give, because you said something, you said even when they do get consultants, it's still a challenge, because that would be my advice. And it may be costly, because we're talking about small businesses right now. So really and truly, I don't know whether there are other platforms in which we could have a consultant help the small businesses, in the area of tax returns, in the area of local government fees, in the area of various charges that come up as a result of their businesses. Because as small businesses, it's actually very difficult to know which of these laws, is going to actually affect you or apply to you. There's just so many different things. Sometimes we have double taxation. We have, you maybe are operating in Zamfara, and you're also operating in Abuja. You're operating in Lagos. They're also operating in Port Harcourt. They present themselves differently, and it makes business very difficult. So my advice, honestly, will be that you should work with consultants. I think for every business, I always advise, no matter how small, you could pull those resources as small scale businesses, have a financial consultant and have a lawyer. It's very critical. That's very important. Financial consultant and a legal team. Yeah. Legal advice. Yeah,
thank you very much. And to even provide additional perspective, I also know that there are quite a lot of platforms that provide pooling support. So one of the things that you talked about was around collaboration. So perhaps that collaboration could also be, let's get a lawyer that provides joint legal advisory services for us, rather than individually getting a lawyer that may be too expensive. Correct. Thank you, sir. My second question will be around the outlook, the business outlook. So when we were speaking a few days ago, we talked about how, we've always had periods of economic downturn and crisis. However, people are saying that this also seems to be a particularly unique one for Nigeria. Yes, we're recently out of a recession, but the projections do not necessarily look good. Inflation is going up. Unemployment is significantly in the double digits, same with underemployment, and things are not looking very good for us. So what is your, if you would like, sir, outlook on the economy, and what would you suggest as key pointers that our entrepreneurs need to study over the next couple of months in planning for 2021? So what are the things they need to pay attention to on the news? What reports do they need to look at? And what can be some of the guidelines in understanding the outlook and how to navigate in their different policies, in their different sectors and spaces?
Okay, thank you. in terms, of course, in terms of the outlook, ordinarily, we're talking to entrepreneurs over here. We're not meant to be people who navigate their space, in predictable environments. Entrepreneurs are risk takers. So there has to be some element of risk in your disposition. So we have a situation in the country right now where things are not looking up. They're not looking good, But like I said earlier on, what choice do we have as entrepreneurs? We either have to swim or we sink. So in navigating your way, I think one of the key things is to understand the economy and understand your business. One size might not fit all in my advice. You may just want to go into a neutral situation in your business, not take any more risks, not maybe grow if you decide you're not going to grow. Maybe you want to even just scale down and not even pursue certain lines of your businesses. You have to take certain decisions, realizing the fact that we are in the state of the economy at the moment is not necessarily positive. High inflation, job losses, foreign exchange instability, everything is just looking like headwinds. But take your situation and put it side by side what we have, those economic indices, and take a decision that will benefit your business. The truth is, when you have an economy like Nigeria's, anytime, and this is something I have been, involved in and I've seen for decades, anytime you have this kind of situation, there are also opportunities. Somewhere is blocked, another area opens. It's for us to sit down and look for those opportunities. There are always opportunities. Some sectors are thriving at the moment. But of course, the economic indices across the country are not necessarily looking good. Into the future, I will not bet on anything significant. In the next couple of years, we're going into election year. And there's going to be, I want to believe there will be spending. I don't know what's going to happen to inflation. So we have to take that into consideration. The fact that we're going into the year before elections, and government is going to be distracted. So these are signals that we have to, as business people and entrepreneurs, that we have to look at. So no size, I won't recommend any particular thing for all businesses, because I believe that some businesses probably will do well and others may not. So this would just be my advice. I think the economy, it's not looking good. It's not looking good, but we can also navigate around it. I try to be positive because we don't have a choice.
Question, you talked about election year is coming up, and you also mentioned that during challenges, there are also opportunities. So and there's going to be a lot of spending before and around the election time. So what typical types of businesses and sectors do you see more spend happening in a typical election cycle?
You're putting me on the spot there. But I think typically, of course, government has been spending on infrastructure, government will be doing things to win the electorate over. I think it's for us to be sensitive to the areas that they will be looking at, because they're going to want to spend to move voters and to look good. So, and that will have a ripple effect on the economy down the line. So it's for us to understand it and position ourselves. That's what I'll say.
Okay. Thank you very much. We've had about 4 or 5 questions around a particular topic. And of course, because you are the one speaking, it's expected. So Yetunde, Kadiri, Adane have asked questions around insurance. And I want to expand your points around risk assessment, mitigation, and then management. what is the role of insurance in helping a business survive in challenging times? And particularly because for a long time, a lot of SMEs have looked at insurance as a product that it's only large business and corporates look at, even from the basics around health insurance for their staff. For a long time, a lot of SMEs would typically not have uh, ensure that the insurance packages. And so, what's the role of insurance in helping a business or helping even an entrepreneur mitigate their risk and reduce the potential impact of challenges? There were also one or two specific questions around insurance for specific sectors, particularly the agribusiness space. And I would like if you can speak to that too.
Okay, thank you very much. The role of insurance is very, very underplayed in governments, in countries, even around the world, because we're not front end, we're back end. Insurance typically is an enabler, both of the economy and of businesses. So we should first and foremost see it as that sector that can give you confidence to set out. So in other words, for businesses, when you have insurance, you are comforted with the fact that the risks that attain or that businesses face or confront on a regular basis, are taken care of by some third party that has just received a token premium or token payment to cover your risks. I drove down Ogunlano Drive post the NSAS. There are so many small shops there. And I saw what happened on that street. And all I kept saying to myself was, I hope these people have insurance. We saw what happened to Spa. We saw what happened to the malls. We saw what happened to so many electronic shops during that period. Those businesses, a lot of them came back. For small businesses, I think it's about you just setting aside a certain amount of money and saying, I need to cover my risk. I can't replace these products. I can't replace what I have. If I have to replace it, I'll go bankrupt. So don't ever think it's impossible for fire to occur. Nobody ever thought anything like NSAS or the xenophobic attacks will occur. We never put it in our risk profile. We never thought about it. Don't think that the Lekki corridor, the kind of floods that we see now, it's not even the homes alone that we get insurance claims on. A lot of vehicles on the road are submerged. I saw a video clip on Marina Car Park the other day. People that went to work, they parked their vehicles. They couldn't even get back to it. It was all submerged. So this is insurance at play. And for businesses, it's no longer, I don't need it. It's now in challenging times when things are not easily replaceable. The only succor that I'll say you should revert to that we have is insurance. So that would be my advice. With regards to agriculture, we also have agricultural insurance that typically is even able to help you predict, the climate. The underwriting process actually opens you up to best times for harvesting, the climate, and potential risks that could actually happen. So the agri sector as a whole, insurance is very present. I just read only I think it was a day or two ago, where the African Reinsurance Corporation and the IFC have come into collaboration to back agri insurance, for farmers. So it's there. And for those that are in farming, be it animal husbandry or crops, there is insurance to actually take care of the accidental viruses that that take out farms, or the weather conditions that you have when you're planting crops as a result of locusts or as a result of flooding or heat or whatever it is. Insurance is always there to take care of it. So I think my advice would be that small businesses, you can't just afford not to be able to bounce back the next day.
Thank you. The next question I have is around talent. In fact, there are two questions. So, a lot of times, part of the challenge of building a successful business is also finding the people who will build that vision with you. It's sometimes easier for a larger company that can attract talent, oftentimes with larger pay, more salary packages. And sometimes smaller businesses, particularly in the earlier stages, may not be able to offer those value proposition. There is also the flip side that part of the challenge we have in the country right now is the capacity, the employability of a lot of our up and coming young individuals. And so even when the entrepreneur finds people to employ, there is the challenge of even getting them to do their work and deliver it effectively. And so, what would be your advice for sourcing talent and managing talent for a small business? There's also the stigma around people that, although it's reduced a bit, there's a stigma around, I don't want to work for a one-man business. The person will just be driving me. No, let me go and set up my business, by the way. So, how would you advise our entrepreneurs to go around that challenge of getting talent, getting people to work for them, to work with them, to grow and build their business? And also, how do they also manage when they get good talent in?
Thank you very much. I think that's a good question. I know, Nika, you referred to my talk has been a little bit high level initially, but I tried to start from the beginning. Custodians started in a boys' quarter apartment. Okay, that's where we started. And I only had, I think 3 or 4 staff. I had my driver who doubled up as my secretary and 1 or 2 other people. So it was actually a small business when we took off, okay? And I think the way that I was able at the time to attract, because of course, being a professional business, to attract people was actually to let them be a part of the vision. So bringing them into the vision space, I think is one of the tools that you have, because you don't have money. You can't necessarily pay them, but you have to pay them today for the future. I mean, sorry, you have to pay the future for today. For today. So it's over in actual, we call it the present value. So it's like I'm selling to you a vision. And I want you to be part of this vision. We're all taking this risk together. We're going to ride it together. And I think one of the challenges with entrepreneurs is their ability to truly fulfill their promises. And I think that's very critical. If you do say, we're doing this thing together, if we're able to do X, Y, Z, this is what you're going to get, be true to your words. The moment things start to look good and you start to forget how it started, then you begin to build distrust in your system. Don't forget, it's not only those people that will not trust you, those looking also in the system will not trust you. So I think it's very, very critical that, the buying is important and what is in it for them in the future. Talking about the current, the young people that we have today, they're restless and they're instant. They're not futuristic. They're instant. What's in it now? They're not interested in. But you see, the truth is they actually represent the challenging times. Yes. Because in this uncertain and challenging times, You just have to be, in football, you can say maybe a midfielder. You know, you can go forward, you can go backwards, you can. So it's about what's in it now, because I don't know tomorrow. You know, so if you have those kind of people in your system and you really appreciate their talents, then I think you also again have to bring them into this in the system to see the benefits of working with you there and then.
Thank you. And then a question that I wanted to continue on with talent is around the opportunities with that instant mindset. And those opportunities, particularly around the digital or remote working. So are there flexibilities that entrepreneurs have in this day and age to also take advantage of potential talents, even locally, not just looking at talents that maybe has or migrated? Maybe the person is in Oyo State and your business is in Lagos. Are there opportunities to look at remote working to also solve the talent gap and challenges?
Yeah, I think we will have no choice than to move in that direction ultimately. But the further challenge that we're going to have, you know, well, let me talk for the small businesses. I should refrain from talking from the big businesses. So for the small businesses, I think it's all part of the advantage, you know, of being a small business. So yes, what you're looking for may just be in Oyo State, you know, and you should be magnanimous enough to allow that person, because you're looking for that talent you don't have. And if you're looking, especially around the tech people are unconventional. They're not regular people. They work odd hours. They don't, you know, everything is not just in alignment with what we call structure. Okay. Yes. But even outside that, you know, I think moving forward, small businesses should begin to look at that. I talked earlier on about after. Yes. Even talents may come across Africa. You see, in fact, I think talents is actually going to be an essential commodity moving forward, because the space is going to become so big. Just like there are people that are all over the world right now on this program. Likewise, for a company like Custodian, if I'm looking for a specialist, an actuary or something, I'm in negotiate with an actuary that is in India to do my work and pay him or her, you know, to do the work from India. So, and that will be competing with local actuaries, they'll be competing with local talents. So these are new things that will present themselves. But for small businesses, local people, it could be a lady that is not able to work on a daily basis because she has kids, or maybe because her husband wouldn't allow her, or whatever it is, you know, but she has what you want. So you have to be able to take advantage of that where you're growing as a small business.
Thank you. And then speaking on technology, and just a reminder to some of our viewers here, we have questions also coming in from YouTube. So I'm going to take one from Oluwasenwade Soya, who is asking, and this is a question for Custodian, how is Custodian leveraging fintech to expand their business and become the reference point in the industry, considering that penetration is still around single digits?
Well, that's a very good question that keeps coming up. I can tell you that it's been addressed, and you know, the huge insurance gap is what makes insurance attractive to investors, and people are trying to crack it because there's a very huge insurance gap that we have in the system now, and it's all about trying to reach people, obviously through tech. And that's something that is really being worked on, and yes, I do identify with that, and we're looking at it.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to ask about 2 to 3 more questions, and then we'll round up, except the additional questions that come. A question that we will deal with later on in one of our panels is, there's a panel that we're having called Built to Last. Yeah. And one of the focus of the conversations is around succession planning. So you founded Custodian starting from the garage of your house. You know, and it's important we tell these stories, because when people put pictures of Mark Zuckerberg and Steve Jobs. We should see Wole Osun's picture in his garage. So I hope you have those pictures too, so that people can also...
Boy Scouter, not a guard, Boy Scouter.
Yeah, exactly. So that people can also see this is not just an American thing, but people start from small and they're able to build institutions from that. But part of the challenges around institution building is also creating the succession around it. And one can say perhaps that custodian is a large business, you're in a regulated environment, so there are certain corporate governance standards and structures that you are required to have anyway. So what is the approach that a lot of our SMEs can take to succession planning? What should they think of when they're thinking of succession planning? And how should they start to incorporate that? And this is for our businesses that are just starting now and up to those who've been around for about 2 decades.
I think that's a very good question. I think, the first thing, to succession planning, really and truly, it starts in the mind of the founder and the entrepreneur. The founder is, so we set out to build an institution. I think it's so important. If you set out to build an institution, a lot of things begin to fall into place, because an institution is that entity that will outlive you, outlast you, and remain there forever, right? So yes, you have no choice than to start to put in place systems and processes. You must not be intimidated. You must not be fearful. You have to empower people. You have to delegate responsibilities and begin to see talent flow. Begin to attract talents and be confident in your skin that these people are going to do even better than you, and actually learn from them, because you know that these are the leaders of the future. So in terms of succession planning, I think it's that enabling environment first and foremost, because if the environment is not structured to attract talents, it's not structured for building leaders, then succession becomes a problem, because you don't have leaders in your system. So it starts from there. So I'll be speaking directly to the minds of the founders, the entrepreneurs themselves. Are you building an institution, or are you building a business? If you're building an institution, then you need to start to put in place certain things. And that starts with governance. It goes to so many areas where you, as the founder, you submit yourself to the rules and regulations that you have put in place. That's the difficult part, because it's when those things are put in place and you surrender and submit yourselves to them that things like succession planning becomes a lot easier. So that would be my advice.
Okay, thank you. 2 more questions. One of the subjects people don't like talking about is failure. Failure in business has a bad stigma to it. What is your view of failure on the entrepreneurial journey?
Okay, thank you very much. I always say that I'm paranoid, when it comes to business, because I fear to fail, but the reality is that failure is part of the journey. And, you have to have a mindset that you must be able to pick yourself up quickly
and start again.
And I'll give just one example. I remember sometime, I can't remember the year now, again, because of government shifts and somersaults, there was a pronouncement that insurance, we just got a life insurance license at the time. We were still small, we got a life insurance license, and then they came up and said, oh, the capitalization has gone up to billions. And we didn't have a choice at that time but to sell our life business so that we could recapitalize. For us, that was some kind of failure, because we had to do something, but you see, we did it to also leverage. And then we came back again, into that same line of business much later on, where we were more grounded. So you can actually use failure as an advantage. And I think that is the way entrepreneurs should see it. Failure should be seen as a stepping stone, a learning process, and take advantage of it.
Thank you. I also wanted to mention that as I'm looking down, I'm taking the questions coming up. So in case people are wondering why I'm on my phone, I'm taking notes and also looking at questions. So please pardon me, because we still have one or two more coming in. On collaboration, there's a question around collaboration, and that you had referred in your points earlier on that people look to collaborate. And we don't think that we're a collaborative environment, that we even have collaboration in our culture. Is that true? And what are the ways that one can explore collaboration for business growth?
Well, I think
somebody in the stage, somebody in the live audience here is saying that we're competitive people. So people always feel that it's impossible, particularly if you're telling people in the same business or in the same space, they don't even want to hear it. So is there any guidance or advice you have for that?
You know, I think it's a mindset thing, and I think it's something that will ultimately shift and change, whether we like it or not, especially when, typically what happens is in the collaboration space, it may not necessarily be just your line of business. You may have 3 lines of businesses or 3 areas in which you typically operate. And one of them you're not strong in. You know of another company that is stronger than you. And if that network is put into your system, your entire production in the area that you're strong in will double. So why will you not collaborate? Why will you not partner or, subscribe to a platform that will enable your business scale? The collaboration that we would have to begin to look at are those types that are going to allow our businesses to scale. So if it's going to allow your business to scale and reduce your costs and you make more profits, why the ego? That's why I talked about the fact that, put sentiments aside. You can't run the businesses of the future, right? And it's all about you. Ultimately, there will have to be some kind of sharing. We talked about legal. We talked about financial services, legal advice. They're all parts of collaboration. It could start along those soft areas where trade associations or groups of you decide that we're going to do certain things and we're all going to put, our money where our mouth is, such that all of us can benefit and our businesses can grow, our costs can be brought down, and we can scale. So really, I think it's ultimately something that's, well, even if we're still saying that now as entrepreneurs, small entrepreneurs, technology is going to force you into collaboration. Ultimately, that's a no-brainer, because of the way it is structured. It's ultimately going to force everybody into collaboration one way or the other. So it's about looking at the bigger picture. If you're able to actually view the bigger picture in terms of size, in terms of your costs, then you will see some profit in collaborating.
Okay, thank you. And then a last question is, what's your final feedback or final words? Or sorry, a question has come up, and I have to ask because it's also around insurance. Are there insurance, now that there is an increased rate of kidnapping and abduction? This is from Elevation Consulting. Are there insurance products that are available? It's a risk that we are seeing in our environment. We actually have 1 or 2 of our entrepreneurs whose staff were kidnapped about 2 to 3 months ago and released subsequently. I know one of our entrepreneurs about 3 years ago that was abducted for about 3 weeks. So given that new risk that has come up, are there insurance products that also address that?
Okay, thank you. Yes, there are. Kidnap and ransom insurance. These are things that are being gradually brought into the market by underwriters, albeit in collaboration with sometimes foreign insurance companies. So these new risks that are presenting themselves as a result of all the crises around the globe, insurance is beginning to address them. So yes, we do have kidnap and ransom. Just like we now are beginning to have cyber insurance. because of the high usage of digital, and there are so many criminals crawling around the whole place. So insurance is also coming up in those areas, because when they block your system and they demand ransom is not only with people now. I know a few companies in Nigeria that people don't talk about them, that their systems have been seized and they had to pay for their systems to be released. So insurance is actually playing a role in all these areas. So yeah, kidnap and ransom insurance is something that is growing ground. I mean, it's beginning to grow across Nigeria.
Thank you. And I think that I know I can say this on behalf. We have members of our executive committee here. And one of the things that they're planning to do for the executive committee is to look for group insurance products so that the benefits and the purchase price from the individual alumni members would also be significantly discounted. So thank you very much for at least giving us insights on even how to approach that. I really would like to appreciate you and your time. Thank you for sharing your very inspiring journey and story and really making it very relevant and very practical. I also want to commend you because one of the things that in my own journey at Faith Foundation I've seen is that when we have your stories, they're inspirations for other stories because it shows somebody that this person has gone through this, gone through similar challenging environments and has built this, has built a testament, has even built a name that in a lot of ways you won't even know. They may walk by you on the street and not know that you're the person who founded Custodian. So thank you also for showing us what entrepreneurial grit and resilience is and providing guidelines to us. I don't know if you have any last questions as we round up.
Well, like I said, I think, we just need to be very flexible as entrepreneurs, and embrace change, with excitement, take advantage of opportunities and challenges that come our way, So that's what I'll leave us with. And I want to thank again the Faith Foundation for giving me this platform and opportunity to share my story. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, can we have a round of applause for members here? Thank you so much. And please, can those on the Zoom platform also share your appreciation and thanks? Thank you, Mr. Oshin. We're honored to have you as our first keynote speaker today. Thank you very much for setting the tone for the conversations. We wish you and the Custodian family and all the different investments and the businesses you have continued growth, continued success, and we hope that next time we call you, you will say yes. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Over to you.
Yes.
Yes.
Welcome back. Can we just have another round of applause for that brilliant session? That was so super enlightening, and for those of us that will be lucky later to go back to watch this video in details, I can assure you that these are really, really nuggets that you can't help but take into consideration in your next strategy sessions. So moving on now, we move to the resource sharing aspect of the event, and we're going to call on Bukola Kola Joe, who is the project coordinator, Lagos State Cares Project, Lagos State Empowerment Trust Fund, LSETF, and Ibade Akede, head of SME, Lagos State Empowerment Trust Fund. And they're going to be talking to us about share funding opportunities available for entrepreneurs in Lagos State. Can we welcome them to the stage, please? start with the presentation. Thank you.
Unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Can everybody hear me? Can I see a show of hands if you can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear you.
Okay, great.
No.
Thank you so
Can hear
much. Apologies, because I was trying to unmute myself and I realized that I needed to be unmuted. So it's a great pleasure to be here. I don't know if you can see me. Okay, yes, I think my video is up now. And I have just 10 minutes, so we won't waste time. I will call on my colleague, Ibade Akpede, to go first. She's our loan, she's going to talk about all our loans program. So Ibade, if you're there, can you try and unmute yourself so that you can quickly speak?
So this is turned off, or it's on mute.
I think Ibade needs to be unmuted, please. Can the moderator please unmute her? Okay.
Fantastic. I'm muted now. Good morning, everyone. Okay, I'm the head of SME at Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. My name is Ivade Akpede. Today, I'll just be giving us an overview of our loan programs because of time. I would say we have 4 core loan programs. We have the one we call the LEAP Tourism Loan. LEAP stands for Lagos Economic Acceleration Program. And this loan is for those in the tourism, hospitality, entertainment sectors, as well as arts and culture, basically to help them cope or to kind of act as a stimulus due to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. We understand that we know that those in that sector, they were badly hit by the pandemic and they've not returned to where they were before. So the interest rate is at 5%. The second I'll be talking about is our LSCTFW initiative loan. The W stands for women, and this is in partnership with Access Bank. The objective is to assist female-owned businesses. For us, female-owned means at least 50% ownership of the business as registered with CAC, which can either be a business name or it can be a limited liability company. The third one I'll be talking about, which actually I should have started off with because it's our flagship program. It's our generic loan program. By generic, it means it's not in partnership, neither is it so it's not the first one, the LEAP Tourism, is an intervention by the Lagos State government. We are just implementing on behalf of the government. But for the generic, it's our own loan program and is really grassroots focused. So the maximum amount one can access is 500,000 Naira. And it is at 9% per annum. Our loans are typically calculated at, for the interest rate is at per annum basis. Although for the SME loans, you can take up to 24 months to pay back. And for some, we have moratorium, meaning that for the period of the moratorium, you do not have to pay back the principal, you don't have to pay back the interest, just the principal. So we have the moratorium for 3 months or 1 month, depends. So for the LEAP Tourism, there's a 3 months moratorium, while for the micro enterprise startup, which is one of our loan categories where they access at the most 250,000 Naira. For that one, yes, there's a 1 month moratorium. So I've talked about 3 loan programs: the LEAP Tourism, the LSCTFW initiative, the generic. I would also be talking about our EDU loans. Now, for the EDU loans, it's the same interest rate of 9% per annum. However, we have 2 financial institutions we are working with. We have First Bank, so that's the LSCTF First Edu loan. And then we have the EdFin loan, the LSCTF EdFin loan. Those are for school owners, especially local schools. It's really to help them upgrade, upskill. They can use it for business expansion as well. So our loans are typically geared towards working capital needs or capital or asset acquisition, minimum assets, let's say equipment. In general, for all of our loan programs, the specific requirements vary. However, the general requirements include the LASRA, which is the Lagos State Residence Registration Authority ID card, which can be got from any of the local governments. You can actually start the pre-screening or the pre-registration online at LASRA website. You just Google it and it takes you there. And then you have to visit one of their offices in the local government for your biometrics. We also expect you to be a taxpayer. However, if one is not yet a taxpayer, it's very easy. Go to the LRS website and begin the process. It's as easy as that. So that's it in summary. Bukola, I do not know how much time I have, so I haven't gone into much details.
Okay, so well done, Iwadi. I don't know if I should quickly run through the Lagos Cares Grant. Adenike, please let me know if I can quickly do that, or we can check in later and just fulfill our slots like you had earlier said.
Yes, please, you can go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. So thank you, Iwadi. I'll just take off from where Iwadi has stopped. So like they had said, I'm the project coordinator for the CARES grant, and the CARES grant stands for COVID-19 Action, Recovery, and Economic Stimulus. So we all know we're affected by COVID-19, by the pandemic, but this actually focuses on existing businesses that were affected by COVID-19. It's more like a stimulus to mitigate against the effect of COVID-19 on businesses who are businesses of residents of Lagos. And they're in three categories. So we have the credit grant, the operations grant, and the IT grant. The credit grant simply means if you've taken a loan from the bank from March 1st, 2020, what this means is that we'll pay 40% of the outstanding of the loan back to you. So say, for example, you took a loan of 100,000 Naira, you've only been able to pay back 20,000 Naira. What the credit grant is saying is that the 80,000 Naira left will pay 40% of that back to you, back into the loan account. The second is the operations grant. So as the name depicts, operations, you're not able to pay your rent, you're not able to pay your loans, your salaries, you're not able to pay cost of production. What this simply means that once you can prove that, oh, I was able to do this in 2019, but right now because of COVID-19, I'm not able to continue to pay my rent or continue to pay my utilities. The operations grants requirement is that they will pay you 50% of the cost of whatever you have shown to us. So if your loan, or sorry, I keep saying loan, apologies. If your rent from 2019 was say 100,000, and in 2020 and 2021, you're struggling to pay this rent, what we're saying is that 50% of that amount will be paid to you. So that's 50,000 Naira. If you're not able to pay your salaries, 50% of the cost of your employee's salary will be paid back, and so on and so forth. For the third one, which is the IT grant, basically the whole idea of the IT grant is for operational efficiency. We at LSCTF, we have realized that a lot of people don't have documentation for their businesses. When you tell them to give you an account for the business from the beginning of the year to say to September or November, they don't have it. So what we're doing is trying to deploy IT solutions to these businesses. So that's what the third grant is all about, to ensure sustainability, to ensure operational efficiency, and also to put people on that digital economy. So POS, we're giving POS smartphones, that's for the MEs, so that we can put them on that digital economy. If you don't have a website for your business, you can apply for the IT grant. If you don't have an accounting system, a payroll system, an inventory system, you can apply for the IT grant. But obviously there are requirements for all these grants. And like my colleague Iwade has said, the first two things you must always have to be able to access either a loan or a grant with Lagos State is your LASRA ID to show that you're a resident of Lagos State. The second one, you must be a taxpayer. So if you haven't started paying taxes on your business, you have to go to the LIRS office to start the process. These two things, we cannot, you won't, if you don't have these two things, you will not be able to access the grant. And then each grant requirement has their own, each grant level has their own requirement. So the first one for credit grant, we have to see the documentation of your loan from the bank. And this loan must have been taken from a licensed bank by CBN, because we know there are quite a number of digital banks right now, but are not licensed by CBN. So you cannot take a loan from a cooperative and expect the CARES grant to pay it back. It has to be by a licensed bank by CBN. And once you have all those documentation, we will process and you can access the grant. For the operations grant, it's a bit technical. You have to show us previous evidence of rent paid or previous evidence of salaries of your employees paid. And then you have to show us the current evidence so that we can compare and ensure that truly you haven't been able to pay your rent. For the IT grant, you don't really need anything, just your LASRA, your tax payments, your tax payments. And then the third thing you will probably need for your IT grant is your 6 months company documents to show that this is an existing business. For all the grant categories I have spoken about, it must be an existing business, a business that must have existed before COVID-19. So that's a snapshot of the CARES grant. So if you want more information, just go to our website, lsetf.ng, lsetf.ng. You have all the information there. And you can also call on our call center. The numbers are on our website. You can ask questions. There are people that have access to information. But I would ask you for one thing. Please ensure that you read all the requirements before you apply. Because one of the challenges we're having is volumes of application. You might not, if you don't read the requirements and you don't put in the right documentation, you might not be able to access the grant. So someone is asking me lsetf.ng. So that's it in a nutshell.
Probably have to cut in because
yes,
our time
yes,
is fast spent. Thank you very much.
I'm done. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we're just very much right in time for the next presentation. And you can always go back to watch this on YouTube so you can get the details about that last presentation and follow through with the instructions. So now we're going into the next presentation session, and I'd like to introduce everyone who is going to be on that session. I'll start off with Mrs. Toki Mabogunje, President, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Then we have Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, Group CEO, Sterling Bank, and the moderator, Mr. Toba Adenaike, AEP 84, and CEO, Madecor Solar. I'd like to welcome them all to the presentation. So I hand over to you, Mrs. Toki Mabogunje, President, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industries, to kick off this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here. I'm an ardent I was going to use the word lover, but I'm very much in love with Faith Foundation. I've been with Faith Foundation for
sorry, Mrs. Toki, I'm told that Toba is going to handle this session, so he will take over right away from me. Toba, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm so glad to be part of this. Good morning, sir, my CEO, and good morning, my president. Today's topic section that we're actually looking at is a very quite interesting topic for me, because we have a lot of entrepreneurs in the country, and couple of us are trying to make sure that at least we keep our heads above waters. But right now we are talking about turning your passion to, I call it to profit, and some people actually call it turning your passion to a profitable business. So I have some couple of questions I would like us to look into. This session is going to be quite interactive because I actually want a case whereby a lot of entrepreneurs out there understand, maybe based on what they are doing right now, how they can actually transition it to something bigger, which is going to be very profitable for them in the nearest future. So I'm going to start with my first question, and I could say that a lot of entrepreneurs are so passionate about what they do. They're trying to make an impact, trying to solve a couple of socio-economic challenges that we have, talking about maybe public climate change, food security, the health, especially the pandemic that we find ourselves, even in the educational sector. And my question is this, sir and ma, what do you think, or what are the key guidelines for us, we as entrepreneurs, to be able to take in further exploring this, turning our passion to profit? Are you there, sir?
We can hear you. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Like Mrs. Mabugunja to have a go first, or you want me to?
Okay, you can go first.
Go first. He needs to direct the question at someone in particular.
Okay.
But you go first. You go
All
first.
Right. Okay, you go first, sir. You go first, sir.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Mabugunja, nice to have you. We continue to admire the work you do from afar. And like yourself, I am an ardent supporter of Faith Foundation. Thanks for having us here today. The conversation we're supposed to start around turning passion to profit. Yep. The sense I get as I thought about the topic was that there are a couple of steps that we might have missed. And that if we don't highlight those steps, people might just be thinking passion, profit. It's sort of like starting of the journey and the end of the journey. But the important part of the journey in between is what I would like to highlight. There is a framework that I use a lot, and I've shared with almost everyone that I've tried to mentor. In the Japanese context, is the Ikigai framework, and it's IKIGAI. But it's really a framework that has different interpretation that focuses on the idea of a purpose, right? The purpose, something that is all encompassing and meets your life's objective. And why is that framework so interesting to me? It has 4 cardinal principles. And the principle number 1 is that of a passion, right? Something that you're passionate about. And that for me is something you enjoy doing, right? And that aligns with the idea of how do you turn your passion to profit. But the other 3 cardinals are actually equally important. So one is, do you enjoy doing it, right? The second one is, are you good at it? Because there are instances where you enjoy doing something, but you're not good at it. A good example is that I love to sing, but I'm horrible at singing. So it would be wise for me not to sing in public. I reserve that pain for my family members who have nowhere to run to. If I took that to the public, I'm not going to go very far with that. But beyond that, are you good at it? Which is where it becomes a profession, right? If you're good at something, it is your profession. That's where your skill sets lie. There is also the fundamental question of, will you be paid for it? So you could be very good at something, you could be passionate at it, but nobody's going to pay you for it. And when you have that becomes a hobby, right? So to that extent, it's very important to identify the things that we are passionate about, that we are very good at, but nobody is going to pay for it. And therefore, those things are not professions, they are hobbies. But the most important one is, when you develop a passion, you need to ask yourself, does the world need it? Is it something that the world actually need? Because for instance, you could be very passionate about juggling a ball, and you can go from morning to night juggling a ball, but I'm not sure that the world is actually looking for someone who can juggle the ball all day. And so your passion doesn't translate into something that will lead you to a purpose. So my advice to young people is that take a framework. It might be the Ikigai framework, it might be another framework, but it's a framework that connects that passion you have to something viable. So as not to take too much time, I want to think about passion to profit in the terms of sustainability. Because if there is something you're passionate about that you get paid for, that the world needs and you're good at, then it is sustainable. If any one of this is missing, it is likely that it is not sustainable. And where it is not sustainable, even if it is profitable, it is only profitable temporarily. So think of passion to profit as, do I have a sustainable passion? Thank you.
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for that. At least we're able to grab some couple of things relating to that, having a framework and not just having a framework. Is this actually framework sustainable for you to be able to use and you can turn it to profit? Okay. All right, ma. Can I have your own contribution towards this? What's your take, ma? Thank you very much.
All right. So I will start first also by saying to Abubakar that I'm so pleased to see him here. And thank you for your activities and your contributions at the Lagos Chamber. And you're absolutely super representative on my executive, Mrs. Bakare. You know, when this question was asked, I directed myself to social enterprise because when businesses are looking for socioeconomic impact, they generally are social enterprises. And I think that social entrepreneurs have additional challenges. It's a bit more difficult because they're grappling with emotions at that point when they're speaking to passion. So one of the biggest challenges, in addition to everything that's already been said, is that with social enterprise, there's arriving at the clarity of the problem that you're trying to solve. So sometimes, you know, you're thinking, for example, if it's waste management, I'm thinking waste management. I want to impact on waste management. What exactly in waste management are you looking at? What exactly is it you want to do? Is it about renewables? And if it's about renewables, what's the solution you're providing? Is it about providing power? So the more defined and the more definite you can be about the problem you want to solve and the solution that you're bringing to bear, that helps you move to profit. The second thing is about core values. I find that in my work as a business development consultant, particularly SMEs tend to leave this to last. There'll be many years after starting business when they're having a lot of issues with staff and talent. People have to make choices on behalf of the organization before they begin to think about, oh, you know, I don't have core values. What are the core values of my business? What values do I want staff of the organization to practice and to communicate to the rest of the world? So the second thing is define your core values from get-go. Define your core values from the very beginning. Because one of the things it will do for you is that as a social entrepreneur, sometimes you have this battle between impact that you want to make and profit that you stand to gain. And you're in this battle between, okay, what am I going for, the money or the impact? And sometimes having your core values already set helps you to take a balanced look at the issue or the challenge you're looking at the time. Then the third one is about human resource. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Oshin, has spoken quite a bit about talent. Talent is so important. One thing that SMEs really underestimate is the value of their human resource. Your human resource are your greatest talent. So it is important from the beginning that you build a team. Now, when we're talking about social enterprise, they may not all be on staff. It's not about everybody being on staff, but you can combine the input from your mentor, interns, partners. It's a whole host and combination of people and individuals that buy into the vision that you have around your social enterprise that help you move towards profit. The other thing is about creating a strong peer network. When you are in a network of others who are in the same sector that you're in, are looking to do the same sort of things you're doing, or they're in support services to what you intend to do, having your peer network enables strengthening you, deepening your resilience, getting good advisory, being able to share experience with others like you, and so many other benefits that would really help you in extending yourself in ways that build your business through events, conferences, networks, training, workshops, community events, and other things that help to strengthen your business. And then I think finally, I would say stay resilient. If there's anything that COVID-19 has taught us is about being resilient, and also as a social enterprise, be inspirational, get others to aspire to want to be like you. And resilience is important because I know all of us are wishing COVID away. But I want to tell you that there are other pandemics waiting to come, right? So it's not as if the world is going to be free of pandemics. We have climate change, and the situation of climate change actually speaks to the fact that there are other challenges in front. So the more resilient we are, the more we'll be able to meet these challenges head on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You have actually, in fact, you make some couple of points which is quite encouraging for us. At least we all can actually have this, and we make use of it. Clarity is very, 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 very important, and you should be able to know the problem you want to solve. And one thing is just go ahead and get it done. Okay, ma. Probably I will just put this to you, since you are still on the call. Maybe just 1 or 2 minutes. Is there any organization, probably within the Lagos Chambers of Commerce and Industry, that you can actually set an example for us of what you have seen, so that we can also put it into practical? Okay, we've seen this. Okay, let us make use of this. At least this can also help us as we entrepreneurs in the industry. Just 1 minute, man, because of our time.
A minute, I'm going to take 3 minutes. So.
Oh, wow, okay.
Because I think it's important. Okay. It's really important. But my examples are actually not from the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, because I haven't gotten the permission to do that and share that kind of information. But my examples are from, the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry started promoting technology about 9 years ago, and we have an annual expo. Now, at the expo in 2016, we had a lot of young people from about 5 sectors of the economy come and talk about their social enterprises. So I just want to quickly use 2, and their information is available publicly. So everybody on this call can Google them and read about that life journey. The first one that really, really impressed me was in health. And this person, her organization is called Life Bank. The founder is called, her name is Temi Giwa Tubosu. Now, what was so fantastic about her was that here was this medical person who didn't go straight into practicing medicine, but looked at her environment. And she saw that a lot of deaths in this country are caused by 2 things: lack of access to oxygen and lack of access to blood. Remember, I'm talking 2016. I'm not talking COVID-19 pandemic.
COVID-19, yes.
So what she did was created a social enterprise driven by technology as a last mile service. And what she did was she promised doctors and hospitals who had signed on to her portal a maximum of 2 hours between the time they ordered their blood and their oxygen to the time that they actually received it. So she had this whole series of okadas that would go out and deliver these essential things. Now, at the time she was speaking in 2016 to Lagos Chamber, she had just started, right? And she said at that time, her service was so essential and so needed that doctors were asking her to add medication. Now, today, if you look up Life Bank, I see that she has scaled, she's expanded to Kenya. She has over 500 plus hospitals in this country that have signed on to her service. And that is an example of success in the health sector that has scaled and has even crossed border and gone into another country. The second person who quickly really gets my attention happens to be an alumnus of Faith Foundation. So I think next time you have an event like this, within your fold, you have people who have scaled and have succeeded. This person's name is Oluwakoyejo Oluwatosin. In 2016, he came to the Lagos Chamber ICTEL Expo to pitch about something called the Success Tab. Now, this Success Tab is a tablet that he had created with content for secondary school students who were able to do well in their school cert exams, And it is based on the mantra that they have in the company that every child deserves quality education, and there should be one tablet for every child in Nigeria to give them access to this quality education. Now, what has happened since, and to also say that this young man and his co-founders actually founded this company in their final year in university. That's when it started. And that, I think, was in 2008 or 2007, thereabouts. Today, Koyejo has scaled that business. And of course, for both Giwa Tubosun of Life Bank and for Koyejo of Success Tab, COVID-19 also has accelerated their scaling. Because in 2021, Giwa Tubosun got the 2020 Global Citizen Prize for the work that she did around the distribution of vaccines. Koyejo has just entered into an agreement with the Lagos state government, and he has started something called the ecodigitalschools.com. Everyone, please look that up. This digital school is serving 680,000 students and 25,000 teachers in 635 public secondary schools in Lagos. I think they all really deserve to be commended. Yeah. And there are a few more like them, but those are the examples I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. All right, I will quickly run to my CEO, sir. I think this is also very important. I will, in as much, I would just want you to maybe publish your own network also. But at the same time also, I would like you to also look at this. What about a couple of your staff also, since being the CEO of one of the best banks we have in this country, your staff are also doing 9 to 5, and they also have passion for a couple of things that they also want to do. How do you think this can also work? Or what are the things probably you can also use to say, probably to encourage them, and probably cite or one or two that have actually done something meaningful while working in your organization? And let us share so that this can also encourage us as entrepreneurs in the industry, sir.
Thanks for that. I think I will try to keep it as brief as possible.
Okay, sir.
I will not be calling the names of the staff because I don't have their permission, but I will tell you that there's an employee of mine who is a successful actor and who has a movie coming out anytime soon. I think it's actually out now. Not only did we encourage him to continue to explore that passion, we actually supported them to get it out. There is another employee of mine who released the movie last year, and this was focused on social issues. It's turned out to be a very successful movie. We also supported her to write and direct what was in the realm of our passion. We also do have employees that work with us before that have then gone out to create companies that are even more valuable than we are today. Some cases, the experience from here helped them, and we continue to mentor them. But to move a little bit, there's a particular experience that I thought is worth sharing. And it's the experience of the Nikkei Art Gallery. It's a very visible experience of how someone can turn a passion into a very viable business. If you've ever been to the Nikkei Art Gallery in Lekki, it's probably nowhere in Africa or anywhere in the world that is remotely comparable to the Nikkei Art Gallery. But it is a passion-based business. Now it is a business that is incredibly viable, but it starts with someone's passion for the art. And I'll wrap it up by speaking to another passion to profit business. Those of you who are also in the art space, you will know Muraino. Muraino Oyelami is a genius in his field, someone who was born with incredible amount of talent. And just before this event, I don't quite collect art, but I have a few that I have been lucky to possess, and I have a couple of his work. But before this event, I went online to see a website where his work had been sold. And Muraino's work on the average is about $4,000 a piece. But it is a pure passion business. There's nothing other than the fact that this person cares deeply about the art and has the talent for it. So we will continue to encourage people to explore their passion for as long as it does not contradict their commitment to the bank and does not affect their ability to do their job. Where it does, we actually run a program in the bank where we identify people's talent that they are doing on their side hustle, and we even give an award to the best ideas. So there are people working with this bank who have built businesses on the side with the support of the bank, because we feel like an entrepreneur should not give up the entrepreneurship simply because they still have an employment. We just need to find a model that means that they can meet their obligation on both sides.
Oh wow, that's very, 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 very interesting for me. At least in as much as I do hear a lot of this from CEOs or owners of business talking about the conflict of interest. I think with what you have actually mentioned, that has been actually be taken care of. Okay, I actually have a question here for you, sir. It says, he said, I got to know about a Sterling Bank, alternative finance and non-interest banking product. We contacted the staff and they visited our farm and they showed interest, but we have not moved forward after several calls. How best one can access these products? This is actually maybe someone that actually contacted for alternative finance and non-interest banking, one of your banking products. I don't know if you can quickly answer this call.
Well, I cannot speak to the specific engagement since I don't have the details around it. But the intention behind the alternative finance is to recognize that there are a lot of very good entrepreneurs that do not have capital. And that is because if you look at the Nigerian economy today, we have a very low savings to GDP ratio because we haven't had generations of people building wealth. And therefore, access to equity capital is difficult, more difficult than it would be, for instance, in a Western country where they have had generations of wealth building. And so what we do is to say, why don't we create a business that does partnership so that if you have the passion, you have a good, you have the right experience, you have a good business model, we will bring in the capital, do a partnership with you, and then we can take the business live. So the thought process is that not everybody will qualify for a bank loan because bank loan requires you have a business that is already making revenue or you have collateral. But the alternative means that if you have an idea that we believe in you and your idea, and we look at your antecedent to show that you have actually demonstrated capacity, we then bring in the capital as a partner to get started. That's the intention. Unfortunately, I cannot speak to why your particular idea has not yet gotten off the ground, but it would be nice to check and see, maybe there's something we can do to assist in getting it off the ground. But the idea remains solid. We need equity capital for entrepreneurs because not everybody will qualify for debt. And it's only once the business has started that you can use debt to scale. And I think my advice to every young entrepreneur is that recognize what a bank can do and what a bank cannot do. Things a bank cannot do is help you start a business from scratch. Startup businesses are usually funded from your savings or from families or from friends or from impact fund. There's a couple of venture funds that are trying to do impact, but you cannot get that from a regular bank loan. So look in the right place for your startup. And once you started and you demonstrated capacity, then go to a bank for scaling.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for that insight. Quite informative. All right. I will quickly move to my president, Ma. I have this question. Is passion alone, let me put it that way, is passion alone enough for a business owner? Okay, for instance, what about in case the passion dies or goes away, or in terms of turbulence and pandemic issues, crisis here and there? Is passion alone? Maybe you can also use that to give a couple of other advices for will entrepreneurs trying to see how we can also grow our business and keep our heads above water in industry. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so going from what the keynote speaker spoke about and even what my partner here, Abubakar, has referred to, obviously passion alone is not enough. Passion is not enough, right? And it's because passion is not enough that Faith Foundation exists. It exists to teach entrepreneurs how to move from passion and idea to profit. That's really why it exists. But passion is important. So I need to stress that passion is important. Okay. Passion is important because it is what generally will motivate you to get up when you fail, because those failures will come. It is what will give you a reason to get up in the morning to face your business. It's what will make your work seem like play. When you're in a business and you're working in a space that you thoroughly enjoy and that makes you really happy, then that is a space in which you would thrive. But you really need to be structured about it. So what is some of the advice I would give. One, especially from a Lagos Chamber standpoint, a lot of our SMEs do not scan their environment. Everything takes them by surprise. They open up a business in a local government area and they don't even have any idea what levies they're supposed to pay. They have no idea they have to pay business premise permit. So you need to scan your environment and know what's going on. So at this point, I'll just take the advantage of saying that a place like the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry supports businesses in this area, or any other business association for the sector where you are operating. Is very useful. They'll provide you with information, they'll help you with some of the problems that you have, and they'll give you that information that you need. Second, you need to be very, very deliberate about building your team. Your team must be strong. A lot of businesses that survived COVID survived with a strong team. At the LCCI, as president, I know I survived because of a strong team. We spent so much time on strategy. We spent so much time on thinking outside the box, how to work remotely, how to work in shifts, how to deliver more value to members who themselves were suffering from COVID. So you really need a strong team to be able to rise above challenges. Good cash management, great inventory control, but like the keynote speaker said, be flexible, be nimble, be creative, be innovative. All of these things will stand you in good stead. And finally, please be technology driven. We have no choice. So don't think, we're ever going to move away from technology. Be technology driven. It helps you be productive. It helps you be effective. So please be technology driven, and you can scale with technology. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma. All right, sir. My CEO, sir, I don't know what's your take. What do you think what's your take or advice for us as we entrepreneur trying to grow our business to a multi-dollar business like yours, sir?
Well, I think the first thing is that you cannot run away from formalization. Formalization comes at a cost, but as you listen to Lagos Employment Trust Fund, one of the things they kept emphasizing is that you have to be registered, you have to be a taxpayer, you have to have, no matter how inconvenient it is to formalize your business, the opportunity that arises from formalization is so significant that you just have to bite the bullet and formalize your business. Your access to capital and even your ability to attract talent, as Mrs. Mabugunja has just highlighted, cannot happen if you don't formalize your business, right? People don't want to come and work for an individual. They want to work for a corporate that exists. So you have to take that, bite that bullet. The second conversation that I would like to have is that don't go on these journeys alone. It's a very lonely and painful journey. So if you have the opportunity to find partners, preferably partners that can hold you accountable, but in the absence of that, some junior partners that can at least wake you up in the morning, have partners, because then it's no longer just about you and your passion. It becomes your obligation to a wider ecosystem, and that tends to bring out the best in us. The third point that I would like to make is that find internal measures of success, because a lot of times we pick on external measures of success that has embedded in it things that we don't know about, and we chase those things. Unfortunately, by the time you realize, for instance, that those external measures of success are not good, it's too late. So for instance, about 10 years ago, 2009, 2010, there were banks that were doing incredibly well, and they were being presented to us by consultants as roadmap of what to do. Some of us did not agree, but there were measures of success and they were deemed independent because it was external, until they then collapsed, and those business claims then suddenly becomes very vacuous. So find internal measures of success so that you can be consistent in your progress and consistent in your measurement. And finally, just to reemphasize what Mrs. Mabugunja has said, the world has transformed.
Yeah.
For you to be competitive, right, you must be, your productivity level must compare to whoever is capable of providing the same service, irrespective of where they are in the world. And the only way to achieve that level of productivity is to deploy technology on scale. So whatever you do, be thinking about the role that technology will play in creating a sustainable business. And part of that is not just in terms of efficiency and customer experience, it is also about your access to capital. Because if you deploy technology very well and you digitize your business, then it's easier for financiers and for all kinds of funding partners to see the business holistically and to be able to see the scalability of your business. So I would say again, it's down to make sure you use the most modern tools for growing your business. And today that happens to be technology.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Though I still have one more question. Maybe I would direct this to my president, ma. You can wait for me, sir. My president, ma. In as much as we know that even if I need to turn my passion to profit, with a couple of things that have actually been shared, I alone cannot actually take the business to the greatest height I'm actually looking at. You mentioned something about talking about human resource, and I think a lot will also be dealt today talking about talents thereabout. I actually want to know, what do you see about a business culture or a corporate culture also talking about human resources or talking about talent development, or even attracting talent to your business in order to help you to enhance and ensure that the business you're actually building is quite successful at the end of the day? What's your take, ma?
Okay, so the very first thing is what Abubakar has said already, which is that you must have structure. You must be a registered company, you must be a registered business, because most people want to work for a company and not for a person. But beyond that, I've spent several years working with SMEs in recruiting talent. And this is a personal opinion, not a Lagos Chamber opinion, by the way. My belief is that skills can always be taught, but competencies is what is important, right? So people are shaped already by the time they come to you. And so you need to be looking for the kind of talent you're looking for. So for you to do that, you yourself as a business must already be clear in your vision. You must be clear in your mission. You must know what your core values are. So I amuse a lot of people by giving one really simple example. I said, when we're recruiting at TMC, which is the name of my company, Tokima Bubuja & Co., for TMC, because we work for SMEs, we generally don't have weekends and holidays, because when we want to run training programs, a lot of the time, our clients want to do it on a weekend. So when we are hiring like junior trainees or junior consultants, one question we ask is, are you willing to work on weekends? You don't want to wait until you've hired this person, you have your first job, and then they're telling you that they're prayer warriors in church, they had a committee on something, they do this, they do that, they are the religious leaders. So I said, can you work on a Sunday? Do you like traveling? We travel a lot. By the time the answer is no, you know that you will just politely cut short the conversation and move to the next person. So you need to be hiring for the competencies that you need. So you need somebody who is patient because of the kind of work you do. You ask questions around how they manage stress. You've got to be hiring for competencies. Yes, skills are important, right? But sometimes you find the person with the right competencies who sees that vision. You have this gut feeling they will fly with it. You teach them the skills. So the competency issue, I think, is it. The second thing is that as SMEs, we never ever structure our talent engagement. So you find that you don't have a staff handbook, you don't have any policies on HR, everybody's depending on how the MD is feeling. If the MD is laughing today, the 3 people he meets in the corridor, he will give them a bag of rice. It's Christmas time. The remaining 20 will not get because they did not meet him in the corridor. Then more people are struggling to carry the MD's briefcase so they can be seen at Christmas and get the bag of rice. Do you see what I'm saying? So many things are left to chance. People need to know for certain what their career paths are. People need to know for certain that they can depend on this company. In fact, if you have a values-driven organization, you find that life is really not about money, because what people want is the kind of support that Sterling Bank has spoken about. I'm even thinking about the artist who's being supported. If they 10 times his salary, he will not leave Sterling Bank.
Yeah, definitely.
He won't. Yeah, so we need to be the kind of organizations that support our talent in a way that brings the best out of them. I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Really appreciate that. Okay, lastly to my CEO, sir, what is actually your take on this? Talking about, like I said, business culture, corporate culture, organizational culture, and at the same time, putting, infusing your team, your talent development, especially the HR department, so that what you can alone do, by the time you bring other people on board, they can see the vision, they can see the plan, they can see the future of what you actually want to build. My CEO, sir.
Thank you. I guess I would just ride on from where Ms. Mabogun just stopped by saying that she's absolutely right. It's not always about compensation, right? We went on a journey when we had a retreat about 5-6 years ago, and we discussed how the vision and the mission statements were so trite that nobody goes home to their family to recite the mission statement and the vision statement. Nobody speaks when you ask them what they do in their life. They won't recite any vision statement. That is because those vision statement and mission statement didn't come from the people. It didn't come from their own purpose in life, right? So they have to marry themselves to it. So we moved to what we call the purpose, right? We became interested in the institutional purpose that can scale across various stakeholders. And so if you speak to any Sterling Bank person now, the institutional purpose is enriching lives. And we came to that from working from the bottom. So what is the one thing that every single one of us really strives to do or can be convinced to strive for? And it became the same thing. How do we enrich lives? And that led us to what has now become our institutional focus, which is the heart sector, where we are focusing on heart, which is healthcare, education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transport, because we believe that the work we do in the heart sector will enrich lives. And so what we now have a group of people, some of them with education in areas like renewable energy, medicine, all kinds of specialized education, who are in the bank where they would never have imagined themselves in the bank before, but they are driven by things beyond banking. And so we are now helping create value in those sectors. Why am I sharing this example? I think the culture that is being referred to has had to be a culture that you can own, whether you wake up at home in the morning, you are at work in the evening, or you are in the bar at night, whatever it is, you should be able to feel confident that this journey that I have committed to is a journey that is real for me. It is not some institutional artifact that I'm memorizing and reciting. I have found that those who have that level of commitment are far more productive than those who have the competencies but are not interested or have not committed to that purpose. And finally, we also move from the issue of organizational culture to what we now call our behavioral codes, because we feel like a culture is something that evolves over time and it's very difficult to pinpoint at any point in time, but you know what you want. What is certain is behavioral codes. What are the specific behaviors that we want to encourage and we want to reward? Once we are clear about those behaviors, and whenever somebody does that, we reward the person, it then coalesces into activities by different people, which then becomes the culture. So the idea of having specific behavioral codes, and in Sterling Bank, we have 10 of them, is now driving a culture that we ourselves cannot see, but we are very clear in our mind that if people are ethical, if people are respectful or empathetic, all of that will lead to a particular kind of culture that then continues to strengthen over time. I know it is harder for small businesses, but the concept itself they must be at home with the concept of finding people who believe in something and building a business around that.
All right. Okay, at this junction, I would like to say thank you very much, sir, my CEO, and thank you very much, ma'am, my president. It's a glad to hear words of wisdom at your feet, sir and ma. And I think this is also a call for every aspiring entrepreneurs and every people that have started something that they are doing in a small scale. For me personally, I've actually had a lot of things I've actually put down, and one thing there for me is just to start, how can I quickly implement all? I know I can't do it all alone. I need people around me to get it done. I need people to help me, to support me, for them to buy into my vision, and so that I personally can actually take the business to the next level. At this junction, I would like to say once again, thank you very much, sir, my CEO, and thank you very much, ma, my president. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a fantastic Faith Alumni Conference. Thank you. Back to the house, and let us enjoy the day as it unfolds itself. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome back. What an amazing session. Thank you all very much. And please, another round of applause for our presenters. Okay, so that was the very illuminating session we had with Toki Mabogunje, President of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, Chief Executive Officer at Sterling Bank, and it was moderated by Toba for us. Thank you very much once again. And just as an extension, we have quite a lot of alumni members from Faith Foundation who also turned their passion to profit. And some of them I'd like to acknowledge. Mr. Femi Odugbemi, most of you know him as an astute documentary maker and a very successful one at that, who works very much with MultiChoice and DSTV to produce content. We also have Mona Lisa Abimbola Aze, who is a leatherworks and production entrepreneur and a very successful one at that. We have Adetola Adebowale, Wapa Apparels and Textiles. He's turned that into a very fantastic and indigenous brand. We have Joke Silva, and I'm sure a lot of you didn't know that. She's an alumni of Fit Foundation, and she's a very successful actress. We also have Ekene Sommokunye, who is a film producer who's made very successful films in the last few years. Last but not the least, this wonderful young man has brought a lot of proteges to the stage with his comedy art, and he actually was in the same alumni session as me, Bumi Davis, and I'm sure his name rings quite a bell for those who love his content on TV. We now move on to the next session of the afternoon, and from that, Itoro is going to take over from me to conclude the program from that angle. But before he does that, I'm going to call on Mr. Max Menke, who is the president of the Alumni Exco, and he's going to come and give us a brief overview of what the founder of Fit Foundation has in stock for us. Mr. Max, please.
Thank you very much. Wow. Hello, everyone, once again. I did warn you that today was going to be spectacular, and we're only just starting. I hope you've been able to take notes, because sometimes we need to capture things down on paper so that we can revisit them time and time again. Last year was a very unique year for me and for pretty much everybody in the whole world. We had the COVID pandemic. During the COVID pandemic, I decided to enroll for Faith Foundation's EEP digital program. And it was a very good opportunity that I had there to learn. During that course, we had a session. Should I call it a session? We had the opportunity to talk with a very unique person. During that opportunity, two questions kept reverberating in my mind, and I think this also resonates with almost every entrepreneur. One, what does it take to build a successful business? In one word. Two, what does it take to build a successful life? How do you build a successful business? How do you build a successful life? During this conversation that we had with this person, I was able to distill personally for myself the two answers, and I'll give them to you. One, to build a successful business, you need to focus on execution. Two, to build a successful life, you had to focus on impact. These are the two answers that I was able to take away from the conversation, and they serve me very well today. Ladies and gentlemen, today, I'm also opportuned to be speaking face to face once again with this great person, somebody who's no stranger to the business world, somebody who has transformed how business is done in Nigeria, someone that has made lasting impact on the community of entrepreneurs, someone that has created and bequeathed massive ongoing businesses and projects that continue to impact and define and redefine the way business is done in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, this person is no stranger, and it is my extreme pleasure once again to be standing here on behalf of the EXCO, also on behalf of all the alumni members in our community and entrepreneurs at large, to welcome the founder and chairman of Faith Foundation, Mr. Fola Adeola. Welcome. I'm very excited, Mr. Chairman, once again to see you face to face. And I'm delighted to welcome you on behalf of our community to our 6th virtual edition of our awesome conference. You're welcome, Mr. Chairman. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. As much as I try to allow the alumni to handle their affairs, every time they drag me back in. And every time I come in, all I find is the amazing progress over the previous year. I want to congratulate the executive. I want to congratulate every one member of the alumni. This will have preceded some of the things that have happened. Unfortunately, this is the time that we're able to slot this in. So we respect everything that has taken place, and I thank those who have given of themselves. Abu Suleiman has just finished, Tokim Abogunje. The interesting thing about these people is that we keep pounding them, and they keep coming back and giving more and more and more of themselves. And I hope that the alumni will take a cue from that and give more of yourselves. Legacy has been defined as that which is above the self, that which is above the self. And that is what these honorable people have done for the space and for humanity in the process. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to this year's 6th Faith Foundation Annual Alumni Conference. I'm particularly delighted to address you today, as this year's conference focuses on a theme that resonates with the questions we have got over the last year from members of our alumni community, resetting your business to thrive in a challenging environment. And it's looking like every environment that we find ourselves in will always pose its own challenges. In other words, we are not going to exist in a space or in a time where things are just going smoothly. And even if we find ourselves in such spaces, they are typically momentary, and they will soon vanish with new challenges facing us. And yet, we know of businesses that have thrived over the last 500 years, as well as businesses that have surfaced in the last 10 years and have stamped their presence in the space. This year's conference comes at a time when our country is experiencing fundamental shifts in its trajectory of economic growth and development. According to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, Nigeria exited recession with marginal GDP growth of 0.11% in Q4 of 2020. Unfortunately, due to the weak correlation between output and key economic indicators, the recent GDP growth is accompanied by increased unemployment, underemployment, and poverty rates. Though government revenue is projected to improve, prices and interest rates have remained high as inflationary pressures persist. We really don't need to go to the Bureau of Statistics for this. We experience it every day in our homes, on the road. Is it the price of dollar? Is it what food is costing today? What transportation is costing? And so on and so forth. When we founded Faith in the year 2000, Our focus then was to make entrepreneurship a viable alternative to employment. Times were also challenging then. And that was against the backdrop of a single-digit unemployment rate. We saw a large pool of qualified graduates seeking to be employed, but limited by the shortage of vacancies in our establishment as well as other organizations. At the time, the value and importance of small and medium-sized businesses to power socio-economic growth and development was unrecognized and significantly unappreciated. Unlike today, we created this platform for qualified graduates to learn the skill of entrepreneurship. Our intention was to stem the tide of unemployment and also create career pathways through jobs created from these new businesses. This journey has led us to meet and support most of you joining us on the conference today. You are members of our growing alumni community of over 6,000 entrepreneurs across 27 states, creating an average of 5 jobs, with some of you responsible for up to 50 jobs. It is also exciting to note that our alumni community has also moved on to the second generation, where we entrepreneurs who are children of some of our pioneer entrepreneurs. This year, we conducted an alumni business performance review, which assessed alumni members supported by the foundation between 2019 and 2020. The survey revealed that 91% of the businesses were supported within this period were still in business, and also had generated a 44% increase in staff strength. I'm incredibly proud that through Faith Foundation, we have and continue to disseminate the values of integrity and resilience. We've also continued to instill the culture of enterprise, innovation, and solution. So heartening to hear Toki talking about whatever it is that you are doing today, whatever. You just have to be backed by technology. Faith businesses are solutions to an economic problem, a gap in the market. Faith entrepreneurs are distinguished by their resilience and their sense of community. Despite all the glamour attached to entrepreneurship, it can be a difficult, challenging, and oftentimes lonely journey. As a matter of fact, a professor of mine once told me that only mad people set up businesses because it's easier to be collecting salary once in a month and for allowing somebody else to think about how that salary was going to be paid to you. That is why I'm very proud of the supportive community being built and enabled through the leadership of our current Alumni Association Executive Committee, led by Max Menkiti. You have continued to support each other, particularly over the last 2 challenging years. Faith alumni members make up 30% of our volunteers, giving their time, their knowledge, and resources and paying it forward to the next generation and supporting each other as required. This was particularly exemplified during the EndSARS protest vandalism, where without any prompting from us, we raise funds to support businesses that have been significantly affected. Thank you. I would like to especially appreciate our keynote speakers for today, Wole Oshin, Folala Oye, Tokima Bogunje, and Abubakar Suleiman, Yewande Zacchaeus, and George Onofuoku. Thank you very much for giving us not just your time, but of yourselves and your attention today. I'm very confident that our lineup of speakers, all very well known to me, will share their experiences and insights on the entrepreneurial journeys, particularly within the Nigerian context. You have listened to them. My challenge to you is to reflect not only on building your businesses to thrive, but also on your own vital role in building the economy and transforming our society. It's my great pleasure to welcome you again to this year's annual Alumni Conference, and I wish you a successful event. Thank you, and God bless.
Okay, welcome back, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I would like to quickly highlight something that actually struck my mind while Mr. Chairman was giving his speech, and where he had pointed out that the alumni community at Faith Foundation is already entering its second generation stage. And that's immediately, Mr. Chairman said that something struck in my mind, and I remembered, oh, because I do not have the permission to mention names, I remember I know of a business where the mother is into home decor production and furniture production, and the two daughters also Faith alumni members. One is into child entertainment, and the other is into ICT. And so I'm sure in no time we'll begin to have third generation entrepreneurs being produced at Faith Foundation. Once again, I'd like to say thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So going further in today's activity, up next, we'll be having up our second keynote speaker, who would also be coming up to talk about issues that centers around today's theme, which is resetting your business to thrive in challenging times. And quickly, I would just like to give a short introduction to our speaker who will be coming up next. She's the founder and CEO of Health Markets Africa, an advisory and investment company. She was previously a director of West Africa Investments at the Investment Fund for Health in Africa. She holds a bachelor degrees in accounting from the University of Lagos, Nigeria, and also a Master's of Business Administration from Harvard University. Please join me, our virtual viewers, in using the chat section to please welcome up on stage, live right now, Mrs. Fola Laoye. Good afternoon, ma, and you're welcome. We're so happy to have you here, ma. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me. Thank you for being here. And good afternoon, and I would just say, first and foremost, congratulations to the Faith alumni for putting together, yet another great conference. The lineup of speakers has really been impressive. The topics being discussed, have been extremely timely, and important. Apologies, I know there might be a light shining behind me, but I hope it's not too much in the way.
Okay,
I really just would like to, first and foremost, if I may, share my screen so that I just have a couple of slides, nothing too heavy, but at least hopefully helps to shape the discussion. So I'll start very quickly by just giving you a brief intro of myself and what I'll call my journey so far. And, and obviously with that in mind, also bring up what the key learnings I've found along the way. Yes, I did start with what I'll call maybe a platform, which I know that a lot of, entrepreneurs, and to the extent that you are able to have done, which is to not just obviously have a formal education in my case, but also to spend some time in the auditing and financial services side. So I trained as an accountant, and through the accountancy and audit training, which was pretty rigorous, I spent about, I think in total about 7 years really, both auditing and also working with financial service companies, which already to a large extent had structure, where on, sort of going concerns where professional outfits themselves, and were very key learning grounds, I'll say, for me to already sort of build my formative years. Now, I know that a lot of people have not been on that journey, but, I guess what I'm just trying to say is that, yes, whichever road we start with obviously has something to do with, of course, the journey ahead. Even though we may veer off, as they say these days, pivot into other spaces. And that was essentially the situation with me. And I know, again, a lot of entrepreneurs who start out and then pivot. So I took it a very deliberate decision at a point in time. I went to business school, and from there I had taken the decision to pivot into a more entrepreneurial role, which happened to be in healthcare. And I'll put it that way because, I mean, the two were sort of not mutually exclusive, but they could have been. I always knew, even from before I was in university, that I wanted to do something entrepreneurial. Back in the day, I had tried my hand at a few things, as most people do when they're much younger, to hustle on this and hustle on that. Mine was actually a poultry business, which I did very successfully at the time. But so I sort of had that, even though I was going for a formal education and formal profession, I was still very much keen on, on being able to sort of still think about that. And when the time came, when the right time came for me to think about entrepreneurship, well, healthcare presented itself. Healthcare had been there, I'll say, all my life, really, because my parents were both doctors. And whilst they had spent the first sort of 30 years of their career in the public sector, they had taken a very concerted decision also to, well, their own pivot into the private sector. And that was at a time when, government funding for hospitals and so on was really going down. I would say it was the first brain drain. This was in the late 70s, early 80s, the first time we really saw doctors and professionals leaving the country. A lot of their colleagues went off to Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and so on to work and set up medical schools. But they decided to stay and pivot and set up a private healthcare business, which was a hospital, Lagoon Hospital, and then finally what we call the Hygeia platform. So at the time when I was then taking a very concerted look, a scan to say, okay, I wanted to move into the entrepreneurial space. This healthcare business was already, in its formative years and had been around, and I had grown up around it. And therefore I took that deliberate decision to join them. Now, like most people do, of course, it was a significant pay cut for me. A lot of people who, if they had the opportunity to be in a formal employment and then decide to become entrepreneurial, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, that, it's something that you have to think about from a financial perspective. But for me, I was really committed to it. I'd seen, what the impact could be of building this business. And of course, we all know, even now, just like that, what the gap is in the healthcare space in terms of quantity and quality. And I really wanted to sort of, sort of put my own sort of energy and my own skills into that space. And so I did. So I joined them at that time. And again, like most of us entrepreneurs, worked my way up, from everything from, being really, really the bottle washer, the clerk at the front desk, to all the different, and really learning all the different parts of the system, which took me through, lots of very interesting and very often challenging situations. One of the biggest challenges I faced at the time was realizing that, yes, I had to, I wasn't medical, so I had to sort of think medical, but also think very much from my own true calling, which was business and management. And it meant I had to learn to be what I call ambidextrous. I had to learn to sort of use both my left hand and my right at the same time. And I had to be adaptive because, sometimes there were issues that called for a much stronger business mindset. And sometimes there were issues that had to deal with more clinical mindset. In being ambidextrous, it meant that I needed to be able to sort of enter into an operating theater and understand what was going there, just as much as I would enter into a banking, into the bank manager's office, and also be able to speak to the cash flows and the balance sheet. So again, I know most of us have to do that, to know our trade well, but also know how to fund our trade, know how to hire staff, know how to build a culture that really then, allows us to bring other people in to work with us. So those were all the different things that we had to grapple with. What were the big challenges then? They're not unlike the challenges today. the biggest challenge when I walked into the business was the FX risk. I joined the business around 1999, more formally 2000. And that was a time when the Naira devalued from, I think it was 90 Naira to the dollar to 150, almost overnight. And we had just, again, borrowed money, and we had borrowed money in FX. And suddenly everything we were doing was just to pay that back even before, we could really think about, growing the business. But in doing so, yes, the borrowing the money was difficult, especially with the FX situation. But those funds we brought to the table were transformative. They allowed us to build our second hospital, which was in Ikeja. And building that hospital meant we could then serve many more people, much more of the community, and of course, be more profitable. So though it was a hard pain for sure, but it did pay out. So those were the kind of things that we had to sort of, figure out and do. There was also, yes, the fact that because of that scenario, unlike where we are now, we were facing long receivables. A lot of the customers couldn't pay. We had to give them time to pay, which made our working capital situation very difficult at that time. One of the key things I also did, and we did whilst being there, was to really invest in the health insurance side and work on a policy with government to really create national health insurance. And as a private sector also, help to market it, grow it, develop it, underwrite, and put all the tools together to get it going. Why did we do that? We did that because it was so important at the time to increase and grow the market. We couldn't only just, sort of still wait with people, who were having difficulties. We had to give them another opportunity, another way in which they could put some funds away on a timely basis, especially the large and even small employers, so that way, whenever the care was then needed, it was readily paid for. So doing that and creating an HMO and thinking about the insurance, again, took us a bit away from the service delivery that we were doing, but it was very important at the time. And what was the other lesson we learned from doing that? It was, I think I've listed it, reading widely and avidly. We had to educate ourselves. I had to educate myself about what health insurance was about, what managed care was, and how to deliver it. Yes, try to find people with skills, try to learn from as many people as possible, but really and truly it was like, another education. But governance was also important. And governance is not necessarily that, when we say governance, it doesn't necessarily just mean you have to have a board and bring people in. Yes, if you can, but governance just meant the way we did things. We documented everything. We paid our taxes. We made sure from the get-go we had, the accounting rights, and we had auditors, and we knew our numbers. We also counted, the utilization, how many patients came through, how many were well satisfied, what were the kind of issues we were facing. So governance in the way we were doing things, even as we were still in very much a growth phase, was very important. And I think that's something that came about. But I think also, in doing so became the fact that, HR, healthcare is all about the people on both sides, whether it is the customer or the patient who is what we call an aggrieved customer, because it's a patient who doesn't want to be a customer, but is because of the situation they're in. And of course, on the other side, the staff. So it's a real HR bubble. That's what you deal with in healthcare. And therefore, you had to be much more self-aware, had to be much more emotionally intelligent on how to deal with people and how to really be, empathetic and show empathy and show humanity, all around, both to the customers and to the staff. But of course, you also had to think about how to, recruit, how to train, how to retain. These are all things that, again, you do and you build as your business grows. There is no real rule book, and you're not necessarily able to shall I say, be backed by a platform of a big business, because we're not there yet. But growing it and taking the steps, and some of those steps were not always the right steps, but being able to be self-aware to know when they were not the right steps and to know when to shift and when to turn was also very important. And then I think finally was just also at the right time when we knew that we needed to bring in other financiers, other investors. It was also important that we understood that and we were open to doing so. And of course, from the point of view of working in what I'll call a real social impact system, being healthcare, it was very important too that we understood how profit and impact fit. Because impact was important, but so was profit. Because if we were not profitable, we were not sustainable, we would close down. And profit being cash. If we didn't have cash to meet the next month's buying of paying salaries, buying drugs, buying food for the patients and so on, we would literally close down. So really being able to understand cash flow as profit, as well as other forms of profit as we know them, but really being able to fit that with impact was also really important for us. So I really want to say that, yes, it was an interesting way to grow, but I was also learning out of that. And maybe because I was in this social impact space, I realized that I had to also grow as an entrepreneur. I had to sort of learn from others. I had to help to build the system. And to do so, I think it became more important to me that I had roles in the community. And community meant, of course, giving back, serving on boards, starting to deal with some of the issues in my space, in healthcare, being part of associations, being part of networks, being part of discussions that were important to healthcare. So that way I could also, shall I say, come to the table with issues that were challenging for me, which were challenging for everyone, and therefore be able to solve them or be able to bring some solutions to the table. So those are the types of things I would say that I believe, my journey sort of really brought up. But I think also maybe some other few learning points was to remember that a period of crisis could always be an opportunity to break through if you choose that mindset. I spoke to you about, our beginnings, and of course, our beginnings at the time when my parents did this, where they realized that people were exiting. The system, the public system at that time was really in crisis. But it was an opportunity to think through what else, we still have people who need healthcare, and can we still create it, perhaps in a different setting? Last year, COVID hit, unlike anything any of us had seen in our lifetimes. And yet we all were able to pivot. We were all able to be resilient. We were able to pick ourselves up. I mean, I worked with a team of people, and in 21 days, we went through the thinking. We went through, the thinking, the strategy, the fundraising, the building, the equipping, the staffing of the Landmark Isolation Center. We did all of it in 21 days because it was a significant period of crisis, and we all came together. And there were many, many other issues like that, or shall I say, perspectives like that. Faith Foundation got to work and really pulled, its members together for different interventions. So did all sorts of different groups, but so did each of us in our individual businesses. Many businesses had to pivot so that they wouldn't be totally shut down. In the middle of the lockdown, you saw food businesses or catering businesses turn to now doing takeaway. You saw fashion businesses turn to start making PPE and face masks. Different businesses were born out of that particular time, and obviously continue to grow. What are the other things to think about in sort of thinking about thriving in these times? I think I've talked a bit about that, being able to pivot and think about, what can I do even when one particular line is not going right? What else would go right at this point in time? Of course, using technology was a big deal for everybody. Almost everybody found the technology aspect of their business, and that has been very important even till today. I've been through, even post working in the Lagoon Hygiene system, I've been through as an investor, I've been through as a consultant, and in each aspect, in each assessment I do of any business, certainly the technology angle has been critical, and even more so since having to work, remotely and so on. I've talked about governance, talked about, well, to some extent hiring, but I guess in the challenging times, hiring smart is really key. And when I say hiring smart, I guess what I'm trying to say here is that we have less luxury of maybe getting it wrong to some extent, but we sometimes also have a smaller pool of people to be able to hire from. I mean, if I look at healthcare right now, these challenging times are such that we are facing another massive brain drain. We see it all over social media. We see Canada calling, UK calling, Saudi calling, everybody calling. And with that happening, how do we sort of still hire in that environment? Because the top pick of the class is obviously being hired even in markets that are much more developed than ours. So what do we do? How do we still make sure that we can play in getting the right people, but also getting people that we may see the potential? So it might not be totally tailor-made, but working with potential and really being able to train them and work with them. Networking, I think for sure, this is one of the key things we have to do, but in a challenging period, because no question, we know that we can't do it alone, and we have to find people who will support us, who will help us, who will work with us. And therefore, to find those people, we have to stay in the game. We have to stay on the field. We have to stay. There are different analogies that I've heard people say, you've got to be in the stadium to be able to play the game. So how do you stay in the stadium, even during challenging times? I found that doing so on Zoom during lockdowns and remote times were important. We still, made appointments to meet with people, to chat with them, almost as if we were in the same room, but on Zoom. But it was difficult in some to start with, but after a while, we all got comfortable that we've got to continue building relationships, getting to know each other, even if we're doing it remotely. So that takes me there already to go virtual. Going virtual certainly has brought a lot of opportunities. It has allowed us to save costs. Travel has been a big one. I mean, if you think about the businesses now that are thriving on Instagram without even having a storefront or bricks and mortar, and people now being more comfortable than ever with that, growing our customer base. If I take you back again to our healthcare hospital perspective, telemedicine, which has now allowed, lots more people or patients to talk to their doctors, to talk to their healthcare workers from home, on Zoom or on the phone. And that has brought more people into the space. So it's been, virtual has actually helped to expand the space. And as I said, collaborate. As Microsoft calls it, teams. We get together, even virtually, because there's so much that, we can bring and do together. And maybe that's also my last point, which is the fact that, you have to figure out ways to collaborate, especially in challenging times. Maybe mergers, might find ways in which businesses can merge, might find ways in which businesses can complement each other. I've seen quite a lot of innovation there where, different businesses come together, either because, I'm selling clothes, I'm selling shoes. Is there a way we can club together? Is there a way in which we can do pop-ups? Because we know that the target audience is similar and they'll come to us and we'll be able to both benefit or all benefit. So things like that, have become really important to be able to come together. So I think that's where I'd like to stop, just to say that, there's still so much we can do in spite of the challenges. I've seen some businesses grow since COVID time, at least, shall I say, maybe 15, 20% or even more, which wasn't expected. But also, I've seen businesses really, really struggle. And I think that building relationships, knowing you're not alone, reaching out for help is also something that we have to learn, or I hope we've learned through this period. Well, let me stop there and say thank you for having me again. And please let me take some questions. I'll just stop sharing my slides.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Fola, for that, I would say, thought-arousing presentation. So I picked up from the start your business, your biggest challenge, where you had faced FX rates when you were just coming into the business or into the industry. And also you had said something about a period of crisis presents an opportunity to think through, and I'll add to that, and also break through, because so many businesses actually broke through as a result of the pandemic after thinking through the whole process. And then you had hit on another point to say exploring areas to tweak to enable us reset our business can truly not be overemphasized, provided that we are doing it the right way. So right about now, I would like to call on our moderator who will be moderating the Q&A session. It promises to be a very interactive one, and this will be done by a FATE alumna. And I would like to just warmly welcome to us and just introduce briefly Mrs. Titilayo Medonye. She is a FATE alum from one of our programs, which is the OCN2, which is the Orange Corners Nigeria, and she is the CEO, Milky Express. Please let's warmly welcome our moderator for this Q&A session, Titilayo Medonye. You're welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
So before Titilayo proceeds, before I hand over to you fully, I would just like to encourage us to use the chat section. Let's type our questions. You're joining on Zoom, type your questions. You're on YouTube, type your questions. And please do not forget to use the conference hashtag, #FateConference. Over to you, Titilayo Medonye.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Mrs. Fola. Thank you so much once again for sharing your wealth of knowledge and experience over the years with us. I find this session particularly interesting, and as you were speaking and introducing yourself and introducing your journey, the very first question I was going to ask, which is a personal question, is for a young entrepreneur who is breaking into the health sector. And I will use myself as an example here. I am a lactation consultant. I trained in the US, and coming to Nigeria to function as a lactation consultant has been a bit of a struggle. So for a young entrepreneur who is not in the healthcare line and who does not seem to have any relatives, any family members, or anyone who can make that transition easier, how would you advise that one would go about breaking the barriers? Because I dare say that they are barriers when trying to communicate the value of your offering and the value of your business with older colleagues who don't seem to think or see it as a pressing issue.
Great, thanks, Titi. I hope I could call you that. Yes, and I see your point. But I think maybe what I'd say, it's still back to building your network, especially if you're just coming into the country, into the market. It is very important to try and identify. And sometimes, most times, the networks start from, shall I say, social points. Well, I know social media is big, so that's one area. But even, be it your church, your alma mater, in terms of your old boys or old girls networks, what they call the old school tie, and so on. And why I say this is that because the more people you touch, the more people you meet, the more generations you're able to really, reach out to, the likelihood that you will find somebody who gets it, who gets your story, and who's ready to say, okay, I've got something similar, or I've got something that you can key into. Now, it doesn't happen overnight. Even in my case, even though I worked with what I'll call a platform that, yes, was already there and my parents had started the business, I still had to build my networks. I still had to key in to be able to grow, to be able to bring more customers into the fold, to be able to think more about, supply chain and so on. But it meant I had to reach out. It meant I had to even sometimes reach out to almost double what had been done in the past to really see that sort of entry happen for me and for the growth. So I think, yes, there's a lot more work to do, But, you know, LinkedIn, there, I mean, with social media now, there's so many more tools. So, you know, and there are even associations. There's the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria. There are lots of different associations now where you can find platform, you know, there are platforms where you can really meet people that are in the healthcare space and that are, you know, your generation, that are your peers. So I would urge you to think about that.
Okay, Ma, thank you so much. I think that what I gather from what you're saying is looking at your networks, increasing your network scope, and seeing how you can leverage other existing relationships to be able to break into that market. I have a question here from someone in the audience, from Olaiwola Mashood, and he's asking that, is there any law that restricts someone who is not in the healthcare sector from practicing or from establishing and running a nursing care facility in Nigeria?
I don't believe there is a law for establishing. So I mean, that's something that I guess one would have to really, shall I say, research. I don't know about the establishment, but I would say that certainly there would be what I'll call regulation would mean that there must be a minimum number of professionals who are already in the business. So professional nurses, you know, there will be at least a minimum number that would need to be accredited and licensed, you know, to the facility to make sure that, you know, they've got competent, you know, people who have the right expertise, you know, to look after the patients. So that's where that would come in. But like I said, regarding the actual setup and establishment, one would just have to look and see whether there's any particular regulation about that.
That's really true, actually, because even I myself, as I continue to work with mothers in health centers and even consult at private hospitals, one thing I find common is that people keep telling me that I need to partner with, find like a pediatrician or an OBGYN to partner with to be able to go further, or to be able to meet more, you know, to increase my market, essentially. But I'd like to ask a question following on that. How would you say that the Nigerian organizations or the sectors that manage the health sector that really manages the influx or outflow of healthcare workers, how would you say that these organizations are positioned to accept, right, in terms of the regulations, the kind of information that you need to have, the kind of certifications that are required? How would you say that we can better, or these organizations can better prepare themselves to accept people who are not necessarily certified healthcare workers, but have businesses or have non-for-profit organizations that can function, or that function in the healthcare space, to be able to make better impact?
I think, to be fair, I think the issue of regulation and certification is an important one, because especially in a market like ours, you do want to know that, you know, the people who are coming in to the space have the right expertise. And it's very difficult to know from the outside what, you know, whether those expertise are the right ones. And that's why sometimes relying to start with on what, you know, what certification and so on exists helps. But even that is still just only a baseline. It's a platform on which, shall I say, the entry point can be. And then obviously there's more that can unfold in terms of proving oneself and really being able to tap in and do more business. But I think, yes, there needs to be some level of, shall I say, gatekeeping, if I can use that word, at the market entry. And that's why, you know, the regulation and the credentialing and certification is still important. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. However, I wish that we had more time to delve into it, because like I say, these are not just questions that I'm asking, but also personal experiences. Right. And I'll just ask my final question. And this would have to do with respect to funding. So I know that your organization works with other healthcare organizations. And as an entrepreneur, I recently set up a mobile app solution for mothers who have children to be able to partner and see how they can make parenting easier in terms of partnership with healthcare workers and parents. And I also have other friends who are in the healthcare industry who run several businesses in terms of products, tech solutions, and all of that, and even services. How would you advise that a young startup is able to raise funds or get partners to partner with them to help achieve the goal that they're trying to achieve or to grow their business sustainably?
So I think that at the moment, actually, that space of really raising what I'll call seed funding is the most interesting and presents the most opportunities. It's become a lot more mature, what you call angel funding. There are now many more angel investors. Maybe it's also because of the time that we're in, that we're now a few generations in, and we are now finding more and more people, professionals or entrepreneurs or business people, who've made, a good amount of wealth and are now able to say, okay, let's put something into somebody else's business. So looking into, the angel community in Nigeria now is very strong. In Lagos in particular, there's the Lagos Angels Network, which has a website and is extremely defined. And under the Lagos Angels Network umbrella, there are many syndicate investors, which are syndicates of people who club together to say, let's look at businesses, let's look at new ideas. And what they do is they create what they call pitch days, certain days of the month where new businesses can come and pitch and say, this is what, my business is about, this is what I need, this is this growth I'm going to see, this is my profitability trajectory, etc. And so I think that really, and that's only one option I'm giving you about Lagos Angels Network. But I believe that if you do the research about angel investing, you'll find that there are a lot of investors out there who are able and willing to invest. But it's key, like I said, to have some level of governance. And governance meaning that you have your books straight, you have your numbers right, you've been paying your taxes and so on, because nobody wants to come and put their money into something where there's no transparency or clarity, or that the taxman is going to come and break everybody's door down and seal the facility up and so on. So governance is important even from a very beginning, so that you can then attract investment. Is that all right?
Yes, it is. Thank you so much for your time once again. This has truly been enlightening for myself and for others joining us online. I can see a lot of comments on how educative and insightful this session has been. Thank you so much once again for your time. We truly, truly appreciate you. And I'm sure that eventually people may want to reach out to you. I'm sure they can find you on LinkedIn. If you want to reach out to you, I don't know how available you are for continue to have conversations with the entrepreneurs, but I know that you're on LinkedIn and they can reach out to you. If you have the time, that would be great. Thank you so much once again, ma'am, and have a great day.
Thank you for having me, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome back. And that was a very interesting interactive session with Mrs. Fola Lauye and Titi Layo Medunye. Yes, I felt like I was eavesdropping into another business sector, being the health sector, having to listen to two women who have achieved remarkable strides and milestones in their business across several years. So right about now, I'll be inviting our president. We almost everybody already knows our president, and he needs no further introduction. Right about now, our president, Mr. Max Menkiti, will be coming up to share something very scintillating, very interesting. I would like to say he'll be sharing information with a dash of spice for everyone in the alumni community. So keep your fingers glued, keep your eyes on your device, and please continue to use your chat section, continue to use the hashtag Faith Conference, and I'm sure Mr. Max will do due diligence than how I'm trying to introduce him. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Max Menkiti, the president of the Faith Alumni Community.
Hello. Hello, everyone, once again. I'm happy to be here. It's a little bit of a rush for me today because I have to oscillate between speaking and trying to take notes from our wonderful speakers. But luckily for me, this has been recorded and I know I can get back to it on the weekend to study again on YouTube. I hope you remember to take notes. That's the essence of why we're here. Take notes so that you can improve. Okay, I'm standing here in my capacity as the president of the Faith Foundation Alumni Association. With my exco, it's my delight now to present our report. This report covers everything that we've done since we became your exco over the last 2 years, and it would also go ahead to give you an idea of the things we have set in motion that will occur from 2022 onwards. It's a very long speech, and I'm going to warn you, it is long, but it's packed. You would have thought that 2019 into 2020, when COVID came, that we as the EXCO would have shrunk back with some of our duties. But the truth is that we doubled down and we actually went to work and were able to strategize and deliver a lot of things. So my report is a little bit long, but I'm going to read it out and I'll try to move fast. Please try to follow. So, once again, good afternoon, distinguished members of the Faith Foundation alumni community. It is indeed my delight and singular pleasure to present this report on behalf of the Faith Alumni Association Executive Committee. The members, most of whom are here present with me on this live stage, while others are also joining the call virtually via Zoom. We have been delighted and honored to serve this vibrant and diverse alumni community, representing its 6 different flagship programs reaching across 27 states in Nigeria. And we have businesses that cut across a lot of different sections and sectors. And our alumni have graduated from since when Faith Foundation came to being in 2000. So we're now in our 21st year. So the report I'm going to give is going to be in 3 parts. One is to introduce the EXCO team to you, tell you a little bit about how we started. 2, we're going to talk a little bit about the things that we achieved on your behalf in 2019 and 2021. And then the 3rd part would be to give you a preview of the things that are going to come 2022 and onwards. Our executive committee was formally inaugurated following an election process specially set up by a committee on the 25th of September 2019, which was also the 4th Faith Foundation Annual Alumni Conference. Our executive committee members are made up of my humble self, Max Menkiti, EEP 15, and the first digital EEP, EEP 26, which is the best and still remains the best class. Shout out to my EEP 26 people. Next is Honorable Abdul Bak Ladi Balogu, AEP 33 as a vice president. Next is Madam Ngozi Okonkwo, known as Madam NG, AEP 19 as our general secretary. Mr. Jimo Akambi Ibrahim, an AEP 36 graduate as well, is our financial secretary. Next is Madam Adebukola Barua, AEP 15, and she serves as EXCO treasurer. And then we have Clara Okoro, who you've all met today, anchoring this program. She is a graduate of AEP 2 and she serves in the role of our public relations officer. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we have a round of applause for these wonderful people? Thank you. Thank you. So we were elected and we were called to service about 2 years ago in September. And our specific mandate was to increase the awareness and involvement of all the alumni members in the events and activities of Faith Foundation. 2, to provide professional and personal development opportunities for all alumni. 3, to support the delivery of Faith Foundation strategies and objectives. 4, to facilitate access to networks and events that assist alumni in achieving their entrepreneurial goals. Also, to expand and engage Faith Foundation's alumni network, to organize and host events celebrating Faith Foundation's alumni, and to represent the interest of you, the Faith alumni members, in dealing with relevant policies that will better enable entrepreneurship in general in Nigeria. So we embarked on this journey in 2020, and as all of us are entrepreneurs, we typically followed the entrepreneurial pathway. We first chose to try to understand the Faith alumni ecosystem. You can imagine for an organization that has had alumni spread over 16, 17, 18 years at that point, different classes, different zones, different sectors, it was a big challenge for us. So the first thing we set across to do was to actually try to understand the whole community so that we would be able to position ourselves appropriately to deliver value. This was then preceded with meetings and engaging several alumni members through individual conversations, small group meetings, and then we took this further by launching a specific survey sometime around the first quarter of 2020. First quarter 2020, those were the days when we all had full physical engagement. Little did we know what the world had in store. Anyway, from the survey, we got direct feedback from our members in the alumni community. This survey was disseminated around 6,000 people, and we used the responses to flesh out a plan about what sort of value we needed to deliver to the community. Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to say that we achieved the following. 1, implementation of outreach activities and programs to the alumni community through processes and programs that are now standard, the 2 business outlook events, the annual celebration programs, and the 2021 alumni conference. Also, we did this through smaller groups and programs during our various workshops, programs, and activities. 2, we increased engagement to design and influence the shaping of the alumni programs and activities to ensure that the planned programs by the foundation was evidence-based, incorporating the feedback and findings from the survey and engagement activities. So, working with the feedback from our survey, we're able to engage with the Faith team and help them structure specifically based on the responses, exactly what programs that we were hearing that you, our community members, needed. While we were doing all these, the pandemic struck. And as we all know, the whole world took a pause. For us individually, personally, we needed to understand the immediate and potential impact that the COVID pandemic was going to have on us personally, and of course as entrepreneurs, on our business lives. And also, what implications would it have for Faith Foundation, its programs and activities for the alumni? Please bear in mind that at that time, we were 100% physically delivered programs and lectures going on at Faith. So having such a global disruptive challenge meant that we had to pivot immediately in our plans. So essentially, all the 3 months before strategizing and thinking and coming up with plans to deliver value, they had to be binned immediately, and we had to quickly start running again to come up with what the alumni would need to survive and indeed thrive. This was led by Faith Foundation conducting a research into the COVID-19 impact on Nigerian MSMEs, completed by our members in the community. And this provided useful insights into the peculiar and particular challenges and opportunities that they were going through, which Faith could support through. From this survey, more than 90% of our businesses noted that they were experiencing immediate and direct impact to their business operations, with more than half of those responding indicating that the challenges were much and survival of the businesses were shaky. The key areas in this survey indicated that resilience building, business model adaptation, and digitization support services were crucial to the alumni businesses. In addition, based on the data that showed that 30% of more than 6,000 respondents, critically, they had less than 4 weeks of cash to survive and to sustain their business. So it was very important that we had to look around access of funding opportunities, which would now provide immediate financial cushioning of cash flow effects to support our businesses and to help them pay salaries, also to create a safe workplace, because at that point, COVID was still a pandemic that no one understood. And as small businesses or MSMEs, a lot of our members did not have the opportunity of or the luxury of just staying closed. So we had to understand what was going on, and part of the results of what we found out was that we had to go into making our workplaces safe. Now, and if you add that to the fact that most businesses didn't really have cash reserves, or they had less than 4 weeks of cash reserves, it really put a strain on the businesses. So, based on the above research, feedback, and information, the Alumni Exco members working with Faith Foundation immediately put in place several programs, particularly the following programs, which would provide immediate support for our members. 1, we began and we quickly were able to deliver a wide range of programming, webinar programming, focusing on telling and teaching stories around how our entrepreneurs could pivot, how they could build resilience, and as I dwelt on a few seconds later, how they could access any funding opportunities. Also, the world went digital. So courses around remote talent management, and of course, mental health issues, which we don't often take seriously in this country. But Faith was able to identify that and create courses that were able to go out to the alumni community. We also pushed out sector-specific programs across the various topics our alumni members had suggested in the research. These programs, I'm happy to say, reached more than 1,000 alumni members across 24 states, and were able to run them for about 4 months between the critical time of April and August 2020. 2, the alumni support team of the Faith Foundation also intimated us about several opportunities that were available, and we worked with them to ensure that the foundation was effectively engaged as an enterprise development institution to facilitate application for funding programs through the Central Bank of Nigeria by Nersal Microfinance Bank. I'm sure if you cast your mind back, you remember that the CBN quickly moved to create funds for MSMEs, and Faith Foundation was at the forefront of trying to help us understand what was required so that the alumni members would be able to process and benefit from those funds. Through all this, we are proud to say that we supported 126 of our alumni members to access funding from about 100,000 naira up to 3 million from last year to date. I would also note that we had over 150 of our alumni that applied, but given the protracted process of CBN funds review and disbursement, not many of alumni that have applied have gotten the funds. However, we do hope that we will continue to announce more disbursements to them as the NIRSAL process is ongoing. We were also able to support at least 100 of our alumni members, helping them access funding of between 200,000 and 6 million from various other bodies and institutions, both locally and internationally. Resilience, number 3, became the natural keyword for everyone to rally around. And as such, it became the theme for our 5th alumni conference, which had over 1,285 participants over the 2-day virtual program. I'm particularly proud of this because it was our very first virtual event, and it turned out to be a smashing event. It was very well attended, and it exemplified Faith Foundation's successful pivot from running as a physical outfit to being fully virtual. We were also honored to have His Excellency, Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu in attendance. I would like to commend the diligence of the Faith Foundation team in ensuring that all their programming and support services have fully transitioned to virtual in a way that continues to meet our diverse alumni members' needs. 4. While we were adjusting to this new normal, in October, the devastations that followed the EndSARS riots, particularly in certain states, affected some of our community members, especially 3 whose business establishments were completely looted and destroyed. Given the urgency of this situation, we promptly met and reached out to the Faith Foundation and our community members on the need to explore ways to step up and support these affected members. Given strong feedback from our community on the need for financial support towards the affected businesses, we moved quickly to set up the Alumni Emergency Distress Fund. And in less than a month, we were able to raise 3.1 million, which essentially was made up of contributions from 28 individuals, including our alumni members, Alumni Exco, Faith Foundation staff, and Faith Board members. These funds were subsequently disbursed directly to the respective alumni members following solidarity visits, and we also circulated a report of how this fund was raised and used to our alumni community for accountability. I would like to use this opportunity once again to appreciate all our members who contributed in cash at such a critical time where we had a few of our members in dire straits. I appreciate you. I thank you very much. Also, those that gave in kind, they gave their time, they were able to assist the affected members, and they were able to pay solidarity visits. To me, this would mark my singular, most enduring moment in the 2-year span of my presidency. It was quite admirable the way the community members swung into action, donated, even though that they were feeling, even though they had their businesses disrupted, but they rallied around in a spectacular way, which is very admirable. And the feeling and sense of oneness in that community was really, truly amazing. It's one of my singular, most inspiring moments of the 2-year tenure. So on with my report. 5, the learnings and feedback from the period between April and August, where we ran the emergency quick programs, gave us insights and the opportunity to work with the Faith Foundation team to develop and launch the Business Recovery Program. The BRP, as we call it in-house, has been ongoing since October 2020 to date. And it allows us to structure our resilience building learning and get support through a four-week resilience building and digital transformation workshop, also supported by virtual mentoring and advisory services. To date, this program has reached over 840 entrepreneurs across 11 states. I would like to appreciate the members of the Growth Services team for their continued learning to improve this program and the successful implementation of this program to date. I would also like to acknowledge and appreciate the support of Mitsubishi and Standard Chartered Foundation towards enabling this program rollout. It is important for me to note that from then till date, this BRP program has and continues to be run free to all alumni members, regardless of where you are. I sincerely do hope that those of our members that are yet not able to have participated in one of the BRP programs, please, I would urge you to. Also, if you haven't availed yourself of the support that is available, including mentoring, I would recommend that you do. 6, again, as a learning community, and as we further implemented the BRP, one of the consistent requests we got was the need to provide specific sectorial knowledge and resources. In light of this, we created the Faith Foundation sector WhatsApp groups, which are led by 2 experienced alumni members who coordinate and facilitate knowledge sharing, engagement, and learning with the support of the Faith Alumni Services team in the back. What it is, in a nutshell, is we now have sector-led WhatsApp groups, which allows more direct learning in a more precise sector-led ecosystem. For example, in the hospitality group, it targets members that are involved in hospitality in different areas. They come into the WhatsApp group, and then we speak about sector-specific things. And we do some training and pass on other information that is designed to grow the members specifically in those areas. Please, if you are not a member of such a group, I urge you to quickly get in touch with Mr. Itoro. These are some of the benefits that you continue to enjoy as a Faith Foundation alumni member. As we started this year, and with the view that our tenure was soon coming to its second lap, the Exco became very intentional about a need to create foundational structures and good governance so that we could build on the learning that we had, particularly as we came in as a new team with a wide and challenging mandate. We committed from the beginning to put in place systems that we are intent on handing over to the next Exco to build on and take even to greater heights. It was in view of this that we decided that we would have an Exco-sponsored strategy retreat. From the 27th to the 29th of August this year, alongside with the management of Faith Foundation, we came together to strategize, and ladies and gentlemen, we agreed on the following. 1, a clear vision and strategic direction for the Faith alumni community. 2, a structure to effectively support alumni members following their graduation from the entrepreneurial programs. 3, clarity and effective communication among the Faith Alumni Exco and the alumni community and the foundation. 4, effective governance processes and systems to ensure valuable and measurable impact of the Alumni Exco, including a constitution and proper electoral process. 5, provide a channel to ensure the foundation effectively develops and implements value-adding programs for the alumni community and that are measurable, impact-driven, and scalable. It was quite a successful retreat, and it resulted in the development of the following. 1, we created and came out with a detailed strategy blueprint for the Alumni Association, which captures the mission and vision of the community, the value proposition of our association, and also a SWOT analysis to guide us in our strategic planning, and a set of key programming and support that would be implemented by EXCO and the foundation going forwards. 2, we developed from scratch and subsequently ratified an Alumni Association constitution, which provides guidance and structure and engagement to the association going forwards. This details the duties of EXCO, the key meetings that are necessary, and it also includes annual general meetings, procedures for membership, and also it has a clear, defined electoral process which is laid down to assist and also to ensure the smooth transition from one EXCO to the other, especially as we bow out. 3, to improve the communication channels and engagement between ourselves and the alumni community, we agreed on key communication strategies, including the newsletter, which was circulated to all our members yesterday. I do hope that you have been able to see them. A copy of the newsletter is available on page 5 of today's conference program. And please, I encourage you to look at it, review it, and also please share and circulate it. A lot of work has gone into it to deliver timely information, and share it not just to other alumni members, please do share it with everybody else, because it contains key business outlook information and tips that will be very important to entrepreneurs in the next quarter of this year. 4, following a ratification of the Constitution, we presented the signed documents to the ED of the Foundation for her custody and onward implementation. Upon receipt of this Constitution and review, the ED sent a formal letter to us, the EXCO, requesting that we consider our tenure extension to enable the effective transition from our current membership to the new EXCO members. In her letter, she stated that upon review of the electoral timelines in which the elections were going to be conducted, it falls between June to September. And EXCO, rounding up on our tenure at the end of this year, would mean that from September, there indeed will be a vacuum until the next election cycle, which will start again in June next year. Therefore, she requested that we consider an extension to the time, and that extension to the time we were serving, and that the next election would necessarily have had to be completed before we step down. On receiving this letter, myself and EXCO members reviewed the request, had a formal meeting, and we formally accepted the call to service extension by a few more months. We look forward to successfully rounding up our tenure at the upcoming annual general meeting, which is now scheduled for September 2022. And at that point, we will hand over fully to a new EXCO. It has, ladies and gentlemen, and continues to be our honor and privilege to serve you, the esteemed members of Faith Alumni Community. Your diligence, dedication, commitment, and exemplification of the Nigerian entrepreneurial resilience always serves as an impression, as an exemplification of your resilience always serves as our inspiration, I beg your pardon. When we as EXCO have to meet, often at odd times, and often several times in a day. We're motivated to do this because we serve an amazing community. Please, I'd like any one of you that needs to get in touch with anyone at all in the EXCO. Our numbers are always free, and you can get hold of us through emails or WhatsApp or telephone numbers, which are now highlighted on the screen for you. Ours is a call to service, and we are always available to speak with you on any issues. As I round up, I would want to once again say a big thank you to my wonderful colleagues on the EXCO committee. I have been singularly blessed to have a team of strong-willed people that are determined to do the best for the association. I thank you, EXCO. I thank you. Your belief in our work and your results-driven approach has continued to make, indeed, my work as president easier. I thank you for all your time, all your resources, and the commitments that you have made 24/7 to the cause of Faith Foundation. My special thanks goes to our wonderful ED for her relentless support, energy, enthusiasm, and passion. Her dedication to Faith Foundation and our community is nothing short of amazing and exemplary. Madam ED, I take my hat off to you and I thank you for your support. I thank all the Faith Foundation staff for providing the support that we need to help us grow a thriving, modern, successful business environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, welcome back. Yes, that was quite a one-time speech filled with so much information. So I think Zoom needs to have a digital icon to say, I'm taking off my hat, just like Mr. President. I'm taking mine, it's physical, but we'll consider having it digital. So thank you very much. There's this adage that says it takes two people to birth a child, but it takes the community to grow that child. That is why we need a community at Faith Foundation with you, with me, with everyone. We can take our businesses to the next level. Okay, without further ado, I'll be going straight into the next item we have on our agenda for this evening or this afternoon. I'm feeling like I'm already out of the continent. So right about now, we'll be calling up or welcoming up a group of speakers and a moderator, but I would like to just quickly and shortly introduce one of our speakers for this session, which is Built to Last. We'll get to hear a couple of things. Firstly, I would like to introduce the founder and chairman of Eventful Limited, which is a pioneer events and venue management consulting company in Nigeria, Mrs. Yewande Zacchaeus. Please, let's use the chat section to welcome her. I would have loved it for me to just go on and read a lot of things about her, but I'm sure that when you get to hear her talk, you'll know that it's more than words. You'll get to feel the passion when she talks. Another speaker I would like to introduce to the house, I'm sure many of us would have had the experiences where we try to get an electrician in our house to say, okay, help me run a particular thing. And one thing those electricians will say is, if you bend the wire, let me go in another, they'll go this way. If you bend them, if the thing stay, now original. If the thing go back, no be original. So please join me in welcoming Mr. George Onofowoko, who is someone that we cannot just do without, from Coleman Cables and Wires. And together on this panelist session, we'll be having a moderator for this session, which will be no other person but another Faith Foundation alumni in the person of Mrs. Yemisi Obe. Thrive. You can also say Grandiose Pap. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols duly observed. Many thanks to our panel discussants, Mrs. Yewande Zacchaeus and Mr. George Onofowoko, for taking out time out of their busy schedules to share out of their experiences with us at this session that is already titled Built to Last. As we all know, Faith Foundation is 21 years today. It's 21 years this year. So that means that the first set of our alumni members are at least 21 years in business. And at this time, many of us are at the point where we're thinking about pivoting from our current roles of day-to-day management to something higher, something more strategic in the business, or we're already working with handing over the business to younger generations that are coming behind us. So knowing that both of you have, in one way or the other, had experiences in transitioning your business to the next level, we would like to spend some time with you this afternoon to learn from your wealth of experience. Without further ado, I will go into the panel session with questions, starting with a question to Mrs. Yewande Zacchaeus. The first question I would like to ask you would be, can you tell us why and how you went about transitioning to a next generation leadership for Eventful Nigeria Limited?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for having me. I've actually been on since about when the conference started, and it's really been extremely interesting and educative. Yes, to say the why did I transition? For those of you who may have, read about the company, I originally was a lawyer and a banker. And so I actually came from a corporate background before starting my business. And after 18 years in banking and law, I came into entrepreneurship with very deliberate and intentional frame of mind to build an institution and to actually build an organization that would outlive me. So, I started off with that in mind. And whilst, of course, as all of us who build businesses know, it was very, very difficult at the beginning, even with my experience, but because it was something I had at the back of my mind, I set out to achieve this from the very early stages. And then, of course, there's the issue of self-preservation. All of us who run businesses know how demanding it is. I remember, a lot of people said, oh, when you're leaving the corporate world because you want to have more time for yourself or your family. We all know that that's never really the case. And of course, it was such a hectic period. I realized that very soon, I actually wanted to have transited earlier, that I would have to hand over the reins of this business. And I wanted to be sure that I would be handing over to the right set of people. So the whys are, it was self-preservation. It was because I wanted to build an institution, because a lot of people, when I left the bank, were like, is she crazy? You're going into an area where nobody has ever really heard about. As you know, I was a pioneer in the events business. And I had a point to prove that, yes, I am going into uncharted terrain, but I intend to do this and do it well. So there was also that motivation. And for me also, I believe, as most entrepreneurs are, we are always thinking of what we're going to do next, how we're going to make things better. I really also wanted to be in a position where I would have the freedom to express myself in other areas that I have interest in, and which I knew I couldn't do if I was still, very much in charge of this business. So those were the whys, and the freedom to do other things, the desire to build an organization, an institution that would outlive me, self-preservation, and really just I think that those are the whys. So enjoy the fruits of my labor as well, because if you continue to work until the day you die, you never really actually live to enjoy the fruits of all what you have worked for in your working years. So those are the whys for me. I don't know if you want me to go into the how, or maybe you want to ask Mr. Onofoko before I go into how I now did the transition.
Okay. Yes, ma. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We can't hear you. No.
Oh, so sorry.
Now we can hear you.
Thank you so much, ma. Mr. Onofoko, thanks for being here with us. The first question I would have for you would be, can you share with us the highlights of the process that Coleman Wires and Cables put in place to transition from the first generation to the next generation leadership?
Okay. Thank you very much, Yemisi, and thanks everybody for having me. I'll follow in the statement of Yewande earlier, which is observing every protocol, existing protocols that have been named here there. Now, for us, anyway, I think we need to correct something Yewande from earlier. We are actually second generation, so we are transitioning to third generation, and one thing that is not too common nowadays in Nigeria is to actually have first successful second generation going into a third generation. And for us, it's been a different ballgame. First, moving from the first generation to our generation was first and foremost a transition that had to be taken in cognizance over time. With anything that you're doing between moving from one generation to the other, one thing is you have to actually look at what is your change management, because really cultural change, management change. So the strategy basically comes about into how do we implement succession plan. But luckily, if the actual first generation does not start working on their plan to move to the second generation, I think that will be the first failure. In our case, I'll say we still ends up being our chairman, although in our own business, we ended up having to do a management change and a management buyout over the years of the business. The initial framework was always of the continuity of the business. Continuity of the business was critical to the patriot and the chairman that started it. Now, in our case, the business started in 1975, went into manufacturing in 1996 with a first set of management team. Unfortunately, with every business and any new startup in Nigeria, it's never as easy as it seems to be. Over the years, I'm sure others would say much about that, because that's what Faith Foundation has been about over the last 21 years. It's growing entrepreneurship. Now, with every new development into entrepreneur, every new build, every new individual in entrepreneurship, it's also determined by that individual, that team, that leadership. We need to get, we have to get it right. It's not everybody in your family that is built into automatically succeeding. It doesn't work that way. It just means you have to keep encouraging. In our case, we had encouragement over the years, part-time work in the business. When we were in secondary school, it builds you up your people skills. If I look at the first thing I learned early in life from my father, he would always say, you need to learn to be a follower before you become a leader. So you can never come to his business and ever be a manager when you're working part-time. You take the lowest job possible. In my case, I used to be an account clerk, filling up vouchers. And you can imagine those vouchers are this thick. And you can fill those vouchers onto a ledger book all day. Unlike we have computers doing almost literally everything for you today. So it changes the dynamics and your way of thinking into looking at the businesses. Now, for someone like me coming back into Nigeria, which has been now in 20 years, fundamental change for us was different. In our case, we were actually taking over a negative balance sheet, if anybody understands that, which basically means a business has gone wrong. Things went really wrong for us. It was a micro small business, and you're taking over management of a business from a first generation in a negative balance sheet. It was not the only business. we had as a family, but that was one of the businesses at the time that was a negative balance sheet. And so I was inheriting a negative balance sheet, 1 or 2 machines, and this business is a negative balance sheet of less than 20 million. Now, for me, it was a case of what happens next. It's not a case of a successful company taking over. It's a case of managing a crisis, first and foremost. Secondly, managing how do you manage people into the right frame of mind to actually be able to continue businesses. Whatever went wrong, but it's how do we correct the wrongs to get the business right? And it took us about 2 years to get the business in the right frame of mind. And those 2 years, believe me, was the worst period of my lifetime because you're taking such a low-end business in a micro small state into the right standard. But you need to get the frame mind of whoever ran the business then. In our case, we're moving from one generation MD, which in this case wasn't the chairman, it was another person, to another MD who was taking over a business that the previous MD did not run the right way. So you need to first be able to manage people's frame of mind, people's subconscious thinking that the failure is going to continue or we can turn this thing around. And I'll say it's all on the mindset of how we sell the vision. With every business, everybody comes into with having a long-term strategic vision for their business. And for me, in any small business, which I mentor, I always insist that you should know your 10-year strategic plan when you're getting into any business. As small as you are, you should know where your business is going to be in 10 years' time. If you don't have the answer to that question, never go into that business. Because that's the first critical question you should answer to yourself, because it's a staying power. And for us, managing that succession and managing people was actually what pivoted us into where we are today. Because it was selling the vision of where we're supposed to be, creating structures was the second thing, and creating corporate governance will have to have. As a small business, corporate governance might not be the first thing you do. Structure will be the first thing. So you need to create structure. And creating structure means creating the right set of people.
We'll get to that level of the corporate governance. Yes, we have some questions in that, aspect as well.
So that for us, it was about moving from one management team to the next and creating the stability, and the stability allowing us to create the vision and moving along from the vision.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We can't hear you again.
Sorry. Mrs. Zacchaeus. Thank you, Mr. Onofowokon. Mrs. Zacchaeus, I know that right now you've transitioned and you are currently the chairman of Eventful Nigeria Limited. At the point of the transition, I know, with event management businesses, there is more of a personal relationship with your clients. Everybody just wants to deal with you and all of that. So at the point of transitioning, how were you able to successfully move those key relationships with your customers, with your suppliers, partners, investors? How were you able to move it from yourself to divert that attention from you to the next level of the key management members of your team? And how were they able to build the trust to be able to move the business forward from where you left it for them?
Okay. I think the most important thing is that we were very vested in all our relationships with our customers. So we made sure that, whenever we had events, there'd be one of the senior staff would always be the project manager. So we invested in the relationships and we knew each of our clients. And, essentially we were a corporate events management company, though we did actually do quite a few social events along the way. As I made up my mind that, okay, it was time to do the handover, one of the first things I did was I needed to identify the leadership who would take over. And once I decided what's always important is it's not necessarily the person who's been with you longest. You just have to look for the person that has your value system, that you think can actually be a mini you, somebody that could be almost a replica of what you are in the business. And once I identified this person and the people who would be the good number 2s and 3s, I just sort of pulled back. So what would happen is that when we have events, for the first meetings, I would go for the first meeting, I would introduce the team, and then I would silently disappear. So once I did that, clients realized that they had to deal with the with the managers. And then they found that the managers were competent. And then they found that they didn't need to rely on me. But you see, if I as a CEO did not take that deliberate step to ensure that my top management were frontline managers, I wouldn't have been able to transit those relationships. I mean, another thing that was important was even with our vendors, with our suppliers, I never even really dealt with them. And people used to say, oh, how can you trust staff? What do you know? What if they're doing deals? And I was like, you know what? You set up a system. You set up a system that everybody understands what your values are. And people know that if you're found to not be aligned with those values, you would have to leave the company. So basically, they would stay with that. And I found that it was better for me. So I was not having to deal with suppliers and vendors. So those relationships belonged to my management. And I always referred and dealt with them as my colleagues. Actually, we had a very public transition event, which we call the Evolution, in March when I retired. And one of the things that my staff said was that we would go to meetings and I would say, oh, these are my colleagues. I never treated them as if they were my staff because I needed to build them up. And so because I gave them that confidence that, look, I know you can do it, because clients saw that I was confident in them and because clients now had opportunities to deal with them, it was very, very easy. So I think trust was key here. I needed to have brought these people up to a level where I trusted them. I trusted that they could handle the business. I trusted that they would be true to the values and the beliefs of the company. I gave them that confidence, and that also now translated to the people that we deal with, and it made the transition much smoother. And it also made it, it made it easy for the relationship to continue after I had left. So that was how I was able to transit those relationships.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. Mr. George, I would also pose that same question to you. You know, coming from a business where it was set up by your father and then it's now transitioning to the next level, there would have been like relationships that, personal relationships that were already built, who were vested in the business. How were they able to trust you, to believe in you, that you would be able to take on that mantle of leadership that you were embarking upon to run the business successfully as you were embarking on that journey?
I think the first criteria to anybody trying to believe in you is, to me, I think leadership must be by example. No matter who had worked with the patriarchs in the first place, they had their own belief and loyalty to whoever that they had their work with. And for you to transition to them, you need to either show at least the minimum level of trust that they got or gave to the previous leader in the first place. You need to show that level of trust to them. And for me, it might look easy, but it wasn't as easy as everybody would think it was. But the first rule of thing in my own book is everybody that works with you must be empowered to work with you. I'm one of those. I think I'm totally in agreement with you. And we tend to have too many Nigerians that believe the CEO is the all in all. I am not, really. You work with a team, you create a team, you create a structure of that team to be as successful, if not even better than you collectively. So for me, it was actually showing them that they could do the work without me having to do every area. At the beginning of a small business, most likely as a CEO, you're the accounts manager, the sales manager, the all in everything. But as you create the structure, you've inherited some certain level of structure. You need to actually make people believe in your team that they're capable of delivering these goals on their own. Now, the more they deliver the goals, the more you incentivize that team and those people, the better they believe in you. And I'll give you an example. One of the policies I created when we came in is that You cannot change the director's car until you change the manager's car. Now, I'm the CEO, I'm a shareholder, I'm a majority shareholder that gets his car last. Why would that staff not believe? Because you have actually now told the staff that the collective is more important than the individual. So once creating a change, you also need to create a self-belief that your vested interest in the business as an individual, because every person working for you, even your staff, is as vested interest. It's like an unofficial shareholder. They must see their long-term in it. And once you sell the long-term to every individual, that they're having that vested interest is as important as yours as the owner, then you can actually have the self-belief. And I think that worked early because a lot of them actually saw the benefit of what had been created by the founder and the chairman. And what we were creating was similar, but was more long-term based under the new generation. And that worked for us.
Thank you very much, sir. So what I've heard both of you say, which I'm going to leverage on, as I'm also, I've been in business now for, I think, about 14 years, and I'm already looking towards moving on to the next level. Just like you said, I want to enjoy the fruits of my labor as well. So one thing I've heard both of you say is trust. Trust in the people that you want to bring up to the next level. Trust of those people in themselves. Trust of your partners in those people and in the business to continue to deliver their expectations or even exceed the expectations that they have for the business as we move to the next level. Thank you so much for your responses. Mrs. Yewande, I have another question for you. What is the importance of corporate governance processes and practices for an SME looking to build a successful business? How does one set it up, and how do you make sure that the structures and processes you put in place does not stifle entrepreneurship?
You know what? I'm going to ask you, just give me 1 second, because I'm sure you can hear a sound. Can you hear a sound like a computer going off?
No.
No, you can't. Okay, fine.
No.
Then I'll go. Fine. I wanted to go and switch it off. I thought it might be distracting. So, how important is corporate governance? Absolutely, very, very key. I mean, it's the backbone to the success of any business. And I saw somebody saying in the chat, structure requires money. Oh, and well, no, not really, but it's so important. No matter how small the business is, no matter how you think you're not a huge company, you don't need to have these things. It can't work if you don't put the structures in place. As I said, I had an advantage coming into entrepreneurship from a corporate background. So even with that, it was difficult to do it, but as the years went by, I was able to establish them. The processes are key. I mean, because you need everybody to know that this is how things are done. If you don't do that, you're setting yourself up for disaster, because one person will come in, do it this way. One person, we had processes for every type of event, different types of events. We had processes for how we would pay clients. I mean, it was critical. And we had organograms. We had, everybody knew who they report to, and the framework of where they work. And what is important is that as the CEO, as the founder of the business, you make sure you submit yourself to all these rules and regulations, these systems and processes you expect your staff to follow. Because if you don't do that, I mean, it's nowhere a world of do what I say. It's like you have to do what I do. And I think it was very, very important. We had event reports at the end of every event. Everybody must make a report of the event so that we can learn from it. We have staff appraisals. I mean, everybody would know exactly where they stand, so that nobody is surprised if you get a warning letter, or if you are politely asked to leave, or if you get a performance bonus. Everybody knows what is it. So it just gives for transparency. It gives for accountability. And that is the only way that your business can actually grow and scale. And then it also, people sometimes ask me, how come? Because my 3 or 4 most senior staff before I left had all spent between 11 years, 12 years, 13 years. How did you get your people to stay? But people will stay where they are comfortable, and they will stay where they know that there's a plan for them. You know, they will know. I mean, we were very clear about training. We were clear about vacations, everything that you would get in an ordinary, in any corporate organization. I try to bring to the business. And I think it just running your company professionally that way can only help you to succeed and help the company to grow and eventually enable you to do this transition that I know that most of us would like to do at some stage of the business. Yes.
Thank you very much, Ma. So just like you said, taking it gradually, step by step, you know, and then as we continue to grow, we add those steps to it, the layers, until we make sure that we are at the level where we are comfortable enough to hand over the business to the next
generation.
Mr. Onofowokun, I have a question for you. What are the challenges that
Hi, Yewande. Just to quickly interject, let's allow Mrs. Yewande quickly address the background noise so that when she's back, but you can still proceed with Mr. George. So while Mrs. Yewande goes to attend to the background noise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mr. George, the next question is for you. What are the challenges and opportunities for Nigerian-owned family businesses to succeed and thrive? The reason why that question is on the table is, if we take like a census of businesses in Nigeria, hardly would you find any Nigerian-owned businesses living up to 100 years, you know, unlike other businesses around the world. So what are the opportunities that are available for us who are, you know, entrepreneurs now, looking to move on to the next level, to transition maybe to our family members? What are the opportunities? What are the threats? What are the things that you see that are very, very integral in ensuring that we are able to achieve this?
I think yes, Nigeria is not a common place to get a 100-year-old company that is family run startup. I think we're coming up to about almost 40 years of a business. And I see definitely there is a possibility of every family businesses being able to turn the tide for the better in Nigeria now. Now, the opportunities are always going to be there to do it. But the problem is that the threats are actually quite high. You find that in most family-run businesses, and based on my own experiences, family-run businesses tend to be able to succeed from first generation. Most likely, now percentages of second generation is improving, but it's declined a lot, but it's improving. Third generation is almost very hard to find for Nigerian family-run businesses. And both majority of the threats always starts from the direction, the long-term strategic goal of the business. Now, for each business, what I see continuity factors is one of the threats of it. Now, continuity factor is you've got a family of 4, for instance, started by parents, 2, 3 other siblings, or 4 siblings in the who is a successor is a question mark. Now, it is not about individual succession of the company. It's about the successful running of the company over time strategically. And that's where we miss the point. I think most of the time, most of the family-run businesses end up looking at just, okay, who is the oldest person, oldest lady, oldest boy, who is the next person? Businesses cannot run automatically on succession based on an individual. It has to be based on capability and capacity to deliver the goal. Now, we ignore that most of the time in Nigeria in determining who's next in line to actually be able to fill the right shoes. But we're just looking at the age or the sex to determine that. So you can look at that risk immediately. That's already a failure bound to happen. Now, second thing is that the inability for most of the family-run businesses to determine or decide take the bull by the horn, which is where a successor is even getting it wrong. At what point do you cut the losses? At what point do you tell the family member, you need to stand aside? We don't tend to do that. We just tend to look at it. So I look at our history is The inability to make the tough decisions keeps most of those family businesses going to failure, not going to succession plan. Then in our case, then you're looking at, I don't work alone, I work with my brother. And we get something wrong. The main fact is we have this culture that says, because I'm older than you, it's an automatic right to respect. It is very wrong. It is not an automatic right to respect. You need to earn the respect. In my own view, it doesn't matter even if it's 1 year, 2 years, 10 years older, earn everybody's respect. The person that works with you and those that work for you need to earn their respect. Earning their respect meaning, really, you must lead right. You must have the long-term vision in place. And vision is not about individuals. It is not about looking good. Look, I always say, look, in Nigeria, we have something called cultural risk. We sell an image before substance. We're built to look good first before we actually show we actually have something that backs why we're looking good. Too many errors. So for most of the family-run businesses, the errors and risk comes from too many mitigating issues within the family, too many issues within the ability to make the tough decisions on what they need to do within their family. And lastly, most importantly, the inability to secure each individual within the business. What I mean by that, create security. It's one thing for you to have a job. It's another for you to have job security. Now, you've done a succession plan. You've put one of your family members there. They're running it right. In reality, do they own any part of that business? They might own 1%, they might own 2%. What do they own in real terms? Now, in reality, how do you create continuity when there's no security on the long term? I tell most family-run businesses, no matter what, if you find a successor within your family, create security to tie them down beyond their generation. Security in the sense that, in our own case, for instance, we had a management buyout. It wasn't given. We literally bought out the chairman out of the business. And in buying out the chairman, the next day, we started a project that was 10 times the size of whatever it created. And in 2 years of that, we became the largest cable company in West Africa. So you've changed the dynamics from just owner-run, family-run business to owner-run management. Now, it now moves away from myself or my brother that we bought the business. It moves to our own next generation. Because now we've gone from running the business successfully from a negative balance sheet of 20 million. By the time we're doing the buyout, the company was worth less than 5 billion. By the time we finished doing the buyout, in 2 years, the company was worth 15 billion. Today, it is worth 45 billion. But now you've moved your business away from me and myself. So it's now, who is the next generation that wants to take over? It has moved. So you've transitioned the ownership over time by allowing that buyout clause to happen, which in our case wasn't free. So it made it a business decision. Yeah. And we bought it out. So those are the risks you have seen mitigated. Those are the exits you see that have the staying power to allow the businesses. Most of the family businesses in Nigeria, whether it's their family or non-family member, do not allow buying. Oh. That buying is what guarantees that next movement. Go and look at the history of most 100-year-old businesses. The family owners are not majority shareholders anymore. But whatever percentage of ownership they have in their trust is capable of running the whole tree of that family because they've kept a bit of that business. Guinness, Coca-Cola, all are in the histories. We need to now learn the ability to let go of ownership to other, even if it's non-family members. But that continuity succession plan is all about the company name going on beyond us. Oh. And that stems around ownership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So what I hear you say, long-term strategy, capability and capacity of the next set of people that are taking over, making sure that they have buy-in into the long-term vision of the business, then assessment of the performance of the next level of management and taking decisive actions if there are any remedial actions that need to be taken. So not just being subjective because this person is my family member, or I love this person so much and I want this person to run this business. So looking out for things that, have to be put in place to ensure that the vision transcends the generations. Thank you so much. On that, I will now go back to Mrs. Zacchaeus. How do you instill the entrepreneurship spirit such that the drive and the vision that you have for the business is successfully passed on to the next level management of the business? How do you identify, I think you've told us that before, how do you identify and empower the next generation to go over and beyond what you have achieved? So maybe you just spend a little time to tell us where you were, where the business was before it transitioned to the next level and where it is now, to help us to give more perspective. Unmute yourself, Ma. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, how do you distill the entrepreneurship spirit? I think something that has been mentioned quite a lot during the conference is that word, passion. That word that is so connected with the spirit of entrepreneurship. And you see, if you're passionate about your business, then passion is infectious. And I always say, I would always recruit a person who is passionate before a person who is knowledgeable. It's not everything, but it's key. And you see, once the people see that fire in you, your colleagues, they see that passion, they see that you're so consumed with getting the business right, you're consumed with satisfying your customers, you're consumed with being professional, you're consumed with being a person of integrity. They imbibe that, and it's one of the key things to keeping that spirit of entrepreneurship burning. And then obviously you need to empower your colleagues. As I've said, if you don't allow them to express themselves through this business, they will look at it as a job and not as something that is part of them. Training, empowering it can be by training. Empowering can be by allowing them to take decisions. As I've said, we have annual retreats in our company, which is, I'm sure, very unusual, probably for a company our size. And it is at those annual retreats that we all determine together what the strategy for the company for the year will be. I'm extremely, when I was there, extremely transparent about my accounts. Everybody sees everything about what we earn. So they feel as if they are a part of the company. And there's something that Mr. Nofoko said, which I must touch on. Ownership. Let ownership not just be in by name. Let it be by actually, as I've said, reward them beyond. Reward them beyond their salaries. When you have a good year, let everybody have a good year. So they all know that they're not just working for their salary. They know that they're going to have a piece of the pie when things are good. One of the things that we have done, and Mr. Onofoko is right, nobody really ever wants to let go of this baby they've created. I ran the company for 19 years, but I was extremely ready to let go. I actually wanted to do this when the company was 10, but I didn't find the right people. I thought I'd do it when the company was 15. So when I now realized that I had the people who had the fire, the passion, the sense of values, the integrity, and the vision to take it forward, I was happy to, say, you're going to be a part of this company. And we're now in the process of actually giving shares to the top 3 members of management, so that they know that it is not only that they're working for something that belongs to them. So I think it's really very, very important. So that, I believe, is how you get that spirit of entrepreneurship going. You need to just empower your people. You need to let them have skin in the game. You need to let them know that they are trusted, that they're part of the process, and that it is something you're building together. Once you have that, then I believe you're able to, really move with the company. And it's done well. What I find now that I've left is that not only are the clients we have before supporting them, even the vendors are going out of their way to bring them business. Everybody is vested in their success because everybody feels this is so unusual. this woman has handed over this company to people who are not members of her family. This can be done, and we want it to succeed. And I'm really hoping that they will be able to prove that it can be done in Nigeria. Very, very difficult, but you know, if you're deliberate, you're intentional, and you've set out what it is you want to do and you want to achieve, I believe it can be done.
Yes, and we're also looking forward to the transition even to the next generation after them.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. That would be fantastic.
Thank you so much, Ma. So, Mr. Onofowokon, my next question goes to you. I and I'm sure a lot of other business owners or entrepreneurs in Nigeria have had the experiences that, you know, when you're starting your business, you're starting by yourself. So you bring in family and friends at first because, you know, they are chipping in and all of that before you begin to employ other people. And a lot of people usually say, oh, they regret that decision to bring their family members into their business. I've had instances where I have had family members work with me, and at some point in time, I had to let them go because they weren't just, you know, giving the kind of vibe that I wanted and the kind of support that I needed for the business. So the question to you is, how have you, or how has your family navigated working together as a family-owned business, even now looking at transcending to the third generation? How easy is it to work with your, you know, maybe senior or younger brother, you know, because just like your Yorubas, the respect aspects and all of that, somebody is not doing what they are supposed to do, and you can't shout on them because maybe they are older than you, you know, things like that. Or it's another family member, because if you sack this person, they're going to call family meeting on you and all of that. So are you able to work together as a family to still ensure that the goals of the business is being achieved? And then if you need to let somebody go, how were you able to do that?
I think for us, I think for me, working within a family is, nobody tells you it's easy. But first rule is that there must be a separation between you and your family in your business. There's nothing like family business. It is a business unit. Now, if we tend to, I think we've infused our word family business in Nigeria to what has become literally the word family business. The way we do our home is the way we want to run the business. It is not. The family business only makes it a family business because you have related party in the family involved in the business. It is still a business unit. It is separate from you on your personal life and separate from you as a business unit. The first rule is being able to separate that in your family. I think we got that easy because from the day I was born, I remember my father was petrol station and hotel, and you cannot enter that hotel and pick a bottle of drink without paying for it. It was never allowed because he would tell you every day, there's a difference between me, you being my son, and you entering that business as a customer. You are a customer. You're not a son when you enter that business. So that manager will never listen to you to buy without paying for it. So the first rule you need to make every family member understand is there is a separation between you and the family. We don't tend to make that clear on day one. We tend to infuse what has happened at home into our business. Please never do that. There should be a clear guideline the day you start off a business that says, me, my husband, my child, my family member are no members here. If you come to Coleman, you could be my father. He pays before he takes the goods. There's nothing like, because it's my father, he's my chairman, he's not paying for it. He has to. There's not even a credit line for him. We don't even have such. So if I don't have rules that determine that he will pay me like I paid him when he had his own business, then you've thrown it out of the window before you even started. You must not separate your family members, because once they understand that your brother, your sister pays for the goods, extended members, friends will pay also at the same time. That's first rule. Secondly, being able to discipline family members, I'm not one that subscribes too much in the belief of because it's your family member, it automatically means the person is going to do well or watch your back. It is a fallacy to the biggest extent. And I've been lucky to say I have a father that's been in business for more than 50 years of his life. And I have seen those family failures. Wow. And they're the worst failures because you can't take them to court, you can't jail them, you can't do anything. Literally, because they'll call a family meeting and tell you why you should just allow that fraud, debt, theft to go. It happens in Nigeria. It's too often it happens. And I've seen so many stories. Coleman has 450 workers. I have 3 family members, 2 signatories, not related to me. Wow. It doesn't matter where they come from. The important thing is, what is that? You know, Yewande said it earlier, capacity, capability, the person can do the job. We spend too much time in Nigeria looking at our family members and thinking they will solve the problem. They are the worst. They even make the problem worse most of the time because you can't really do much about it. But at the end of the day, when you have family members that are involved, it's for you to sell the vision to them, that the separation works, that the benefit on their long-term works if they stick to the line of business of what they should be doing. I had a cousin work for me for almost 10 years. He did his chartered accountant, I sponsored it, I did everything. At the end of about 10 years or 11th year, he was assigned to another job and he started doing conflict of interest. I didn't even know. One of the family members knew, they kept quiet. The day I knew, it took me 6 months. The day I knew, on the day we knew, the day he was terminated, same day, I sent this guy to university. I sponsored his ICANN. I terminated his day. On the same day, we found out he was doing conflict of interest. Same day, and his first cousin. If you are not strict on your family member, you cannot blame anybody in your workplace for doing that. So if you're not practicing the thing yourself, most likely you see what happens in our case, in most of our family-run businesses in Nigeria, is that the head of the business, which is also a family member, is not straight. They're a bit wobbly anyway. So they know that since they're not straight, if other family members are also not straight, they can't be strict on them. But if you as a business head is already as straight as you can get, when you make those tough decisions, nobody in that business will argue with you. You need to be as straight and as clean as you can as your head of a business, so that other family members can toe the same line as you. And that is what enables us to deal with family issues, enables us to get a successful family business by being able to separate the word family from family-run businesses. 2 different grammar, family,
thank you so much,
family-run businesses.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, Mark. So what I've gained from this session is that, just like I said earlier, there has to be a lot of trust amongst all the parties. Corporate governance is very, very, very important, making sure that we know who does what and everybody that is going to be working in the business has the capacity and the capability. And then that we also infuse the long-term strategy of the business and the long-term vision into the next level of management of the business. And then also that in the case of family businesses, we should not spare the rod. We should not, that who you cannot fire, you should not even bother to employ in the first instance. Thank you so much, Mrs. Yewande Zaccheaus. Thank you so much, Mr. George Onofowokon. You've been wonderful. We've gained amazing insights from this session. Thank you so much. And thank you everybody for your patience, for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Yewande Zaccheaus, and thank you very much for your contribution. I mean, you couldn't have said it any better. And a couple of our entrepreneurs do talk about you while they are in session, saying that they see you as their mentor and how you've been able to transform the event management industry, how you had started threading in parts that no one dared to thread. And today you are just on the lips of almost every event management practitioner that you have out there. And also, to Mr. Zaccheaus, you had made mention of 2 things that were quite resounding. from Mrs. Yewande. You talked about capability and capacity, and then Yemisi Obe just rounded it up by saying, who you cannot fire, don't hire. So it's an F. If who you cannot fire, don't hire. So I just switched the F for the H, but they all ended almost the same way. So on that note, once again, I'd like to say thank you. And you know, there's always what comes in when we have event management. Although this is like an event, and it is an event being put together, so you always want entertainment. And right about now, I would like to introduce someone with melodious voice, softer than what you would want to say soft. And she is a Faith alumna, Tara Ejugbo, AEP 70. I've been opportunity to hear her sing, and this time around, you'll see that when she sings, it's like she has a backup, but I alone. Unfortunately, you guys can't see the backup artist she has in-house today. She understands. Welcome, Tara.
Thank you so much.
Sometimes I hope, I hope that we can be together again. Or is it over? Baby, tell me, is it over? 'Cause I know you know, we know, we're both pretending. So come on, let's talk and stop fighting. 'Cause baby, I love you. Why buy me sorrow? Why buy me sorrow? Ooh, 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 yeah. Let's talk and stop fighting. 'Cause baby, I love you. Why buy me sorrow? Why buy me sorrow? See, I can wait. I'm ready to lose if we debate. Oh, I'm hoping and I'm praying we're not too late. Let's talk it over. Baby, let's just talk it over. 'Cause I know you know, we know, we're both pretending. So come on, let's talk and stop fighting. 'Cause baby, I love you. Why buy me sorrow? Why buy me sorrow? Ooh, 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 yeah. Let's talk and stop fighting. Baby, I love you. Why buy me sorrow? Why buy me sorrow? Oh, I love you more than all my ego. Be my love, I'll be your hero, baby. Oh, I love you more than all my ego. Be my love, I'll be your hero, baby. I love you more than all my ego. Be my love, I'll be your hero, baby. Hey, I love you more than all my ego. Be my love, I'll be your hero, babe. Why buy me sorrow? Why buy me sorrow? Ooh, ooh. Sometimes I hope jars of clay. You think you're here to stay. You're leaving come what may. For precious time you pay. You just don't know the day. Inside of you there's so much life. Protect your flowers from the night. And with your beauty kill all strife. For all the children, man and wife. Till the porter calls you to afterlife. Jars of clay. The world's a stage they say. Rehearse your lines and pray. Whatever role you play, don't be a victim or a prey. Release your flowers, darling, bloom. Feel every heart, feel every room. Be the honey in the moon. Give the best of your perfume. The potter will be coming soon. Jars of clay. You were not born to slay or do just as you may. You go where mortals lay and give account someday. Inside of you there's so much life. Protect your flowers from the knife. And with your beauty kill all strife. For all the children, man and wife. Till the potter calls you to afterlife. Release your fragrance, darling, bloom. Feel every heart, feel every room. Be the honey in the moon. Give the best of your perfume. The potter will be coming soon. Jars of clay. Hey, pretty lady, you tell yourself that you will never make it. You drown yourself in lies and your illusions. Don't you know that what you think is who you are? Yay. Hey, pretty lady, you tell yourself that you're not beautiful. Who told you all those lies? They're just deceiving you. Don't you know that you can be all you've ever dreamed of? Yay. God made you beautiful. Said it in his word that you were beautiful. And you were going to places that you never dreamed. Said that you're the first, not the last. So don't believe those lies and those illusions. They're lies and just illusions. Hey, young man, I see through your eyes and I can tell you the way you see yourself is how I feel you. Don't you know the stuff of what you're made of? Oh, yay. Everybody listening, as long as you're breathing, yes, you have hope. And if you're down, the only way is up. Don't you know that he who's down needs fear no fall? Oh, oh. God made you beautiful. He said it in his word that you were beautiful. And you were going places that you never dreamed. Said that you're the first, not the last, the head, not the tail. God made you beautiful. He said it in his word that you were beautiful, you're beautiful. You were going places that you never dreamed. Said that you're the first, not the last. So don't believe those lies and those illusions. They're lies and just illusions. Hey, 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 don't believe those lies and those illusions. Don't you know that you are better, bigger and better than that? I'll sing it one more time, yay. Don't believe those lies and those illusions. Don't you know that you are better, bigger and better than that? Whoa, God made you beautiful. Said it in his word that you were beautiful. And you were going places that you never dreamed. He said that you're the first, not the last. So don't believe those lies and those illusions. Don't you know you're beautiful, you're beautiful. You're beautiful, you're beautiful. Beautiful, you're beautiful. There's never going to be a perfect time. Nobody may give you a single dime. Take the lemons life has dealt you and make it wine. You will not burn, you will not drown, there you'll be fine. There's never going to be a perfect time. Nobody may give you a single dime. Take the lemons life's dealt you and make it wine. You will not burn, you will not drown, there you'll be fine. Don't you hesitate, don't stay on the sideline, jump into your dreams. The world is waiting for you. One mabanye die empty. Don't you hesitate, don't stay on the sideline, jump into your dreams. The world is waiting for you. One mabanye die empty. You've only got one chance to roll the dice. Nobody ever got to be here twice. To take a chance and leave your dreams, you must be wise. You'll make it through, yes, you will see, you'll turn out nice. You've only got one chance to roll the dice. Nobody ever got to be here twice. To take a chance and leave your dreams, you must be wise. You'll make it through, yes, you will see, you'll turn out nice. Don't you hesitate, don't stay on the sideline, jump into your dreams. The world is waiting for you. One mabanye die empty. Don't you hesitate. Don't stay on the sideline. Jump into your dreams. Jump into your dreams. One in my bang and die empty. You've got to jump. Jump into your dreams. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't stay on the sideline, you've got to jump. Flyers sound like airplanes sometimes. Gunshots be like fireworks sometimes. An eagle from a distance is just a bird. They say true love bleeds, but it doesn't hurt. Oh, Bobo Dabiatiri. A new perspective is all we need. It's deeper than the eyes can see. Everything's not as it seems. A cheesy smile with a broken heart. A pretty house with a thirsty soul. A cat in the shadows, he is king of the jungle. They say the time heals and the memories hurt. Oh, Bobo Dabiatiri. A new perspective is all we need. It's deeper than the eyes can see. Everything's not as it seems. So before through the rain and the scorching sun, through life's narrow rocky road, you've been through hell and yes, you're back. You are a strong, strong, strong warrior human. Warrior human, you're a star. 'Cause through life's fire you shine so bright. You didn't break, you're standing tall. You are a strong, strong, strong warrior human. You're amazing, yes, you're strong. You are a superhuman. You are a warrior human, more than a story. You're amazing, yes, you're strong. You are a superhuman, a warrior human, yes, indeed. Your heart's been broken many times. Still for love you won't give up your dreams. This lonely road you've walked 1,000 times. You are a strong, strong, strong warrior human. Warrior human, I tell you, you're a star. 'Cause through life's fire, you're still shining bright. You didn't break, no, no, you're standing tall. You are a strong, strong, strong warrior human. You're amazing, yes, you're strong. You are a superhuman. You are a warrior human. More than a story. You're amazing, yes, you're strong. You are a superhuman. You are a warrior human. More than a story. You're amazing, yes, you're strong. You are a superhuman, a warrior human, yes, indeed. Give it up for the champions. Give it up for the super warrior human, yes, indeed. Give it up for the champions. Give it up for yourself. Give it up for the champions. Give it up for the super warrior human, yes indeed. Give it up for the champions. Give it up for yourselves. It's a new life, it's a new day, a new beginning, everything's going my way. I can take the moon and I can even catch a falling star. I'm gonna run like the wind, making my dreams come to life. I believe I can be anything I wanna be. Oh, everything I wanna be. I believe I can be anything I wanna be. Oh, everything I wanna be. I've got freedom, I've got hope, I've got a new beginning and everything that I want. Nothing's gonna ever stop me, nothing's gonna bring me down. Yeah, I'm gonna run like the wind, making all my dreams come true. I believe I can be anything I wanna be. Oh, everything I wanna be. I believe that I can be everything I wanna be. Everything. I believe that I can be everything I wanna be. Everything. It's a new life, it's a new day, a new beginning, everything's going my way. It's a new life, it's a new day, a new beginning, everything's going my way. Everything's going my way.
Yes, welcome back, welcome back. That was an awesome performance from Tara. Thank you very much, Tara, for treating us with wonderful melodies. Yes, I believe I can be. I believe I can be anything I can be. I saw comments running through the chat section, and yes, we can. Yes, someone used that a couple of years ago as one of his campaign slogan, and yes, we can. And Tara has also made us understand that yes, she said, I can, I also can, we also can, our businesses can, provided that we believe and we do what is right. So at this point in time, I would want to quickly, this is one of the items on our event for today that so many people have been waiting for. It's like the unveiling. It's like eating a bar of chocolate and waiting to bite that internal part where you now begin to feel that melanin dripping into your mouth, the whole juice. Now we've come to that part of the segment this afternoon. And at this point in time, I would just want to quickly introduce to the house. I mean, over 60, 70, 79%, 80%. How many percent you would want to tell me to be well acquainted with whom I will be inviting upstage now? She is Oge Naife. She heads the Startup Enterprise Learning here at Faith Foundation. And right about now, please use the chat section, like I always say, use the chat section to welcome warmly Oge Naife as she handles the unveiling of the Facebook Business Grant winners. Welcome, Oge.
Thank you, everybody. How are we all doing? From our online audience, how are we doing? This is an exciting moment, an exciting time. I've had sleepless nights working with my team for this announcement. So it's a very exciting time for me and for us at Faith Foundation and for Facebook as well. What I'm going to be doing here is to announce our top 100 entrepreneurs who have made it through 3 very vigorous and intense stages to be beneficiaries of the Facebook AP Digital Small Business Grants. I know that all entrepreneurs who have gone through these stages with us are excited now. For those of you who didn't join this conference from the beginning, you are now logging in now, I'm very sure. Okay, so that's what we'll be doing now. I'd just like to say a few things about the grant. So we had announced the grant, the small business grant, during our AP Digital Alumni Engagement Forum in the week of the Entrepreneurship Week, sometime in September, I think September 21st. And we made the applications open. We had over 400 applications come in by the deadline, and we shortlisted that number to 100. And all these 100 entrepreneurs will be going home today with a sum ranging from 200,000 to 1 million naira. Are we excited in the house? Can I hear some excitement? Okay, so I'm going to quickly, I'm going to quickly call on, I'll start with so we have 3 categories of these awards. We have 70 entrepreneurs who will go home today with 200,000 naira. We have 20 entrepreneurs who will go home with 500,000 naira, and we have 10 amazing entrepreneurs who will go home today with 1 million naira. I'm going to call on the Vice President of the Faith. Okay, so I'll list the 70 first. Okay, so I'll start with the 70 entrepreneurs first, and then I'll call on our Vice President to announce our 20, and the President to announce the 10 lucky entrepreneurs who are going home with 1 million naira. I don't know if we have that on the screen now. Do we have that on the screen now? Okay, so these are our top 70 winners who will be going home with 200,000 naira. You can quickly take a snapshot to ensure, and then you can check it later. But it will be a lot for me to call out the names. I'm going to try to do the much that I can. Abdul Latif Lawal, who's the CEO of iDiscover. Abdul Rahim Yusuf. Adana Uche. Adora Kama. Adiola Adebayo, Adeshino Peter, Ahmed Akala, Ahmed Adeneko, Alexander Onda, Amos Dodo Joseph, Ansari Yahaya, Anuoluwapo Adekoya, Awele Akunwa, Ayokunlemi Oshin, Aziz Lamina, Blessing Adeneko, Chineye Wokocha, Chineye Okosa, Chineye Chuku. I'm not sure I can run through all the names. I'm just going to go very quickly. to the last bit of it, Peter Kolakpo, but we'll send you an email. Everyone who's made it to this category, you get an email from us. Today, you get an email from us today, but congratulations to all of you who have made it to the top 70 who are going to be awarded with 200,000 Naira grant funding from Facebook as long as you are an AP Digital alum. Right now, I'm going to be calling on Okay, I'm going to introduce to us the Vice President of the Faith Alumni Association, Honorable Abdul Bak Ladi Balogun, to announce our top 20 entrepreneurs who have made it to get the 500,000 Naira grant funding from the AEP Digital Small Business Grants. You are very welcome, sir.
Good morning.
Okay, so we have, yes.
For the 500,000.
Yes, for the 500,000.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's an exciting moment to be an entrepreneur, and the Faith Foundation is making it real and making it happen. It's all about building capacity. It's all about building your businesses to succeed. And it's all about making prosperity. I am pleased to announce to the global world from Faith Foundation, the entrepreneurs who made it. Meet our top 20 winners who will be going home with 500,000 Naira each. I'm looking at the names and I'm smiling. You can imagine what this will do for their businesses. And I know that Faith Foundation will actually going to monitor what they do with the money.
Definitely.
Tesoro Okomen, different architecture and development, has won 500,000 Naira grant for his business. Awele Akunwa, Lee Awele Ventures, 500,000 Naira grant. Bill Sotoye, Soti Right Oni, Emeka Okpala, Enrich Farms, Omotola Isola Badamosi, Farm 360. Dikpo Owulabi, Prosola Multi-Services Limited. Uchechukwu Ogechukwu, Green Ridge Technologies. Imole Ezekiel, drivers.ng. Yunus Nojimuddin, Providence Autocare. Victor Anaile Ifai, and Grace Digital Hub. Titi Layo Taiwo, TerraWalk. Aderinsola Abayomi, Empress Fashion. Becky Falokun, Becker's Bloomwood. Banke Fashominu, Oludi Diti.
Olu did it.
Oludi did it. Okay, right. Banke, you have won 500,000 for your business, Courtesy Faith Foundation Digital, AEP Digital. Adedoyin Oluwatosin, Among Farms. Temitope Oduleye, House 407. Jesse Onomiwo, Real Touch Sparkles. Sole say Oyema, Solio Footwear and General Leather Works. Abigail Oluwatosin Israel, Marble Stitches. Odina Kachi Inwafo, Own and O, not Oando. Own and O, Integrated Farm. These gentlemen and ladies, they've won 500,000 Naira business grants, courtesy AEP Digital Faith Foundation. Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. A round of applause, all of you guys. I hope there's some excitement in the Zoom room. right now. Congratulations, all of you. Right now, I'm going to be calling on the president of the Faith Foundation Alumni Association, Mr. Max Menkiti, to announce to us, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Let me act like one of those, yes, Ebuka and the rest of them. The moment we've been waiting for.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind $1 million to help my business too. This is a very exciting moment, and as a very unusual event actually happening within our 6th conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure, I say somewhat jealously, to announce the winners of 1 million naira grant award. There are 10, thank you. There are 10 names, 10 businesses, and I'm going to call out all 10. If I call out 9, you can add my own business there as a 10th, okay? So here we go. Uzoma Obi, Uzi Cakes and Bakes. Franklin Audu, Maizobo. Oluwalape Arojo, applecart.ng. Temi Oluwa, Ipinumoti Texco Nut Oil. Hawa Osman, 815 Skincare. Prosper, Chidima RM, Proash Shoes. Adibola Chobajo, Recycle Garb. Tongzum Barde, Bargo Global Solutions. How many is that now? 8. Abisoye Ogujobi, Elsoft Limited. So I've called 9. I am stuck because I should be calling one more, but well, we promised to serve, so here we go. Number 10, 1 million naira grant winner is Omolara Sani, Handmade Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a virtual conference, but we have a few of them here. Uzoma Obi, Abisoye Ogunjobi, Franklin Audu. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the people. You need to see them here. It's not audio. This is proper. So I congratulate every one of you. It's amazing. We didn't have this in my time. So you need to grasp the opportunity. Special thanks to Faith Foundation. They keep doing more. I'm very proud of you. I'm sure we're going to see your names in lights. I wish you go bigger and higher. All right? We're all behind you. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Menkiti. I would like to take this opportunity to also thank all of our consultants, partners, and reviewers who worked with us throughout this whole process. To review and shortlist this number from over 400 up down all the way to 100. And I'll just quickly call out their names. Dr. Uyi, thank you so much for your time with us. We spent a lot of hours yesterday just going through these pitches. Mrs. Pat Diaku, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mr. Ayodeji Agbola, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Mrs. Barua. Thank you so much for your time with us. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time working with us. We had some internal Faith team members also, all of you who helped me through. Give yourselves a round of applause if you are here. Who worked with us to shortlist this number? Mr. Ain Naya. Mr. A. Naya Iroa Dumba, thank you so much for your time. Mrs. Ezine Uzoije, thank you so much for your time and for working with us to shortlist this number. We'd like to say special thanks to Facebook. I mean, without Facebook, we wouldn't be announcing these grants. So Thank you, Facebook. We see your footprints in everything that we're doing at Faith Foundation. We're really grateful, and we really pride ourselves as partners with you. So thank you so much for this. We will definitely be working with the entrepreneurs who have gone home with these grant awards to ensure that they're utilizing it properly. Thank you so much, Facebook. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'd like to say for all of our winners today, we will be contacting you between now and next week, just to get your details and all of that, to formalize all of that process. And you should start expecting to receive these monies in your business accounts from the middle of October till the end of October. Everyone should have been received their award monies in your business account. So congratulations again to everybody. We are very happy to do this, and thank you to the entire Faith Foundation management team and staff of Faith Foundation, and to Facebook. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. I think they all truly deserve another round of applause. Yeah. If we still had Tara in house, I would have asked Tara to just give me some soft instrumental, and I'll begin to sing my own. We now, we now. But having said that, right about now, we still have another highlight to share with us in house, and shortly I'll be inviting two notable persons to the stage. But firstly, I'd like to introduce to us, I'll be calling up on stage shortly, Mrs. Ngozi Okonkwo from AEP 19, who is the General Secretary of the Faith Foundation Alumni Expo Committee, and also she doubles as the founder and the CEO of Keeping Marriage Alive. And shortly after that, we'll also be having on stage Fatai Olayemi, who heads the Growth Services and Alumni Support Unit here at Faith Foundation. They'll both walk us through exciting things that are already planned out for all of us here who are members of the Faith Alumni Network. So please join me in welcoming Mrs. Ngozi Enji Okonkwo.
Thank you. Congratulations once more. Wow. During our time, we didn't have this opportunity. I'm not envious. I'm proud of all of you. So proud. Please, a round of applause again. Thank you, Facebook. Thank you, Faith Foundation. This is the place to be. If you've not participated in anything, please make sure that you join Faith Foundation. I'm blessed because of it, still benefiting from it, and will continually benefit from it. Okay. So we are coming to the end of today's event, and we have a few things to remind you of. Get your pen and paper, your phone, and save these dates. Special times. We still have one major event for this 2021, and that's our annual celebration and award ceremony. It comes up December 2nd, 2021. Make sure you mark that date and be there. A lot of things are going to happen. The second one that is happening is 2022. Here we come. So 2022, we have our business outlook and general meeting. February 10th, 2022. Please mark that date. February 10th, 2022. We have our business outlook and general meeting where we'll discuss on how to move our business and the foundation forward. Then we have our new Faith. I'm one of the executives, and we have our election process that will begin September 2022. If you're interested in being part of the builders of this alumni committee, mark this date. June to September 22, we'll have the election process. Information will be sent accordingly during the time, but just save the date. And finally, we have 2022 Faith Alumni Conference. There is something special about this one. It's a 2-day conference, packaged specially for you. So mark your date. Begin to prepare now. We are going to have our events, gala, everything packaged together. I want to just mention that we'll have our annual general meeting where you can express yourself and we'll build together. Then we also have our general announcement of the new Faith Exco. So if you're in that meeting, September 29th, 2022, you will be able to decide who will guide you for the next 2 years. Thank you, everyone. I'll be handing over to my Oga, Mr. Fatai, Heads and Growth Services Faith Foundation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Angie. Hello, everyone. It's been an exciting moment today. We are all very happy. I'm more excited when I hear money, you know. If you check, you know, if you ask about 10 entrepreneurs in Nigeria today, and you ask them, particularly after COVID-19, we are still struggling with COVID-19 and SARS. If you ask 10 of our entrepreneurs in Nigeria today, what is your greatest challenge? Most of them will tell you it is money. But perhaps we are going to get money problem from 9 of them. And you know, Facebook has made it possible for us to give 100 people, you know, a lot of cash. For me, I'm so excited about it. Quickly, it's been a very long day of a lot of excitement, a lot of learning. We've interacted with so many people today, great leaders in the entrepreneurship space. It's been an exciting moment, like I said. Thank you, Madam Angie, for telling us what is going to happen within Faith community between now and next year. Now, I'm going to talk about a particular award for an outstanding faith entrepreneur. We call it FAME. I believe all of you are aware about it. You know about it. FAME, that's an acronym. FAME means Faith Alumni Model Entrepreneur Award of the Year. This is an award we give out to an outstanding faith alumni on a yearly basis. And what do we look out for? We're just looking for an alumnus that is doing very well in his or our own sector, making a whole lot of difference, creating wealth, and creating jobs. And most importantly, that alumni is not just making a difference in his or our own sector, but is giving back to faith, whether as a facilitator, as a mentor, or a content contributor. In whatever form the person is giving back to faith is volunteering on faith platform. And 2021 FAME awardee is going to happen. We're going to announce by first week in December 2021. But the process is going to start immediately from today. We are going to send out the link for us to begin the process for people to nominate your own candidate, your own choice, the person that you think is able to meet up with all the requirements that I just listed out. We are going to begin the process today. And like I said, in all our platforms, check all our platforms, you are going to find that link. If you are an alumnus of faith, you are eligible to nominate someone who you think has been able to impact his or our own sector, has been able to give back to faith. And like I said, this begins from later this evening. So please be a part of this process. And by first week in December at our annual Faith Annual Celebration, we are going to announce the winner of FAME Award 2021. I believe we're all excited about it. Yeah, fantastic. So on this note, I'm going to hand over to Itoro, our honorable host for this afternoon. Itoro, over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Fatai. I can also attest to how Mr. Fatai feels when it comes to funding being available to entrepreneurs. I'm sure, Mr. Fatai. Each time we run the remote business advisory, I think over 70% of requests we get is for funding advisory. And we always, like Mr. Fatai said, out of 10, you get 9. Well, I would like to jump over that. I would say out of 10, you get 11, because they'll be thinking of another business they want to start that they need money for. So there's always an 11th business that is not always on the list. And on this note, I would like to use this opportunity to invite someone who is highly distinguished. We've seen him appear once today, but he will be coming up shortly once again. He's the Vice President of the Faith Foundation Alumni Exco, and he also is, without further ado, he's the CEO and MD of Lagos Ferry. I'm sure many of us are already thinking about Lagos Ferry. So for those of us who know Lagos Ferry, and please join me in using the chat section to welcome Mr. Honorable Abdulbak Ladi Balogun.
Thank you so much. It's been a very rewarding and productive day. We are very proud of Faith Foundation. We are very proud to be called alumnus of Faith Foundation. The best university in Nigeria is Lagos State University. And for all the graduates of LASU, whenever we say we are LASU, the next thing you hear is we are proud. Great LASUite in the house. Therefore, for all of us that started the journey, AEP 001 to AEP 99 and now AEP 100. It's been 20 years of successful journey, and we are yet to get to the destination until we get what is oiling the wheel of progress of United States of America, and that's entrepreneurship. Until we get it here, and the structure, the knowledge, and all we needed to have sustainable entrepreneurship ecosystem in Nigeria is what Faith Foundation is actually putting into you and I, who are entrepreneurs today. Today, I found myself in public service as MD, CEO of Lagos Ferry Services, appointed by Mr. Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. All I learned during AEP 33 is what I put into practice at Lag Ferry today. So that's why I said, I am a proud graduate and alumni or alumnus of Faith Foundation. And so are the people that are here today. We are coming close to the end of today's program, and it's been an exciting time, particularly today. We witnessed for the first time business owners, young entrepreneurship startups that are going on with 200,000, 500,000, and ₦1 million to aid and expand their businesses. Thanks to Faith Foundation and their partners, Facebook. Of course, we need to appreciate the man, the fisherman, the man who put this together. He knew that there's a deficit in the Nigeria economy when we are not building entrepreneurship, and he funded Faith Foundation. Mr. Tajuddin Foladiola, we thank you so much for also being part of what we're doing today. Our thanks also will go to our resource person and panelists who have contributed a lot to entrepreneurship journey and what we are doing to aid the economy of this country. Mr. Wale Oshin, the GMD custodian is Investment PLC. We thank you. Mrs. Toki Mabogunje, the Amazon herself, President, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We thank you. Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, the Group CEO of Sterling Bank PLC. We say thank you. Mrs. Fola Laoye, the CEO, Health Markets Africa. Thank you for coming and contributing. The pioneer in the industry of structure event planning, Mrs. Yewande Sakios, Chairman Evento. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us today. And of course, when we're talking about sustainability, successor, building successor, and we have it today in Mr. George Onofowokon, the MD CEO, Coleman Cables. We thank all of you, all our panelists, for contributing to entrepreneurship knowledge in Nigeria. All our moderators, all of you put together, you did a wonderful, fantastic job today, and we thank you for adding color to this occasion. Of course, running the Faith Foundation itself is not easy, and then we must give it to the woman at the top. The Executive Director of Faith Foundation, Mrs. Adenike Adeyemi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. When COVID came in last year, we thought we won't be able to have this gathering last year. And you told us, Nigeria, we have this spirit, can do. We will never give up. We had the resilience, that's the theme of the last year conference. It was a virtual one. But this year, we are having hybrid, physical and virtual. Mrs. Adenike Adeyemi and your team, your fantastic team, you made it happen. We thank you so much. COVID is still a very dangerous one, catastrophic. It's not good for our business, it's not good for our health. But you saw us opportunity embedded in some challenges. And today, the theme of this is we are resetting businesses during challenging time. Faith Foundation Management, led by Mrs. Adenike Adeyemi, Mr. Fatai Olayemi, Ufeti Toro, all other people, numerous to mention, you had an amazing team. So we thank you so much for all you have done for us. And on behalf of my president, Faith Foundation Alumni Executive Committee, headed under the able leadership of Mr. Max Mekiti. I am very happy and glad to be your co-traveler and to be deputizing for you as your vice president. Madam Secretary, Mrs. Ngozi Nkoko, I say thank you so much for all you have done, putting this together. Madam BBC. Mrs. Bukola Barowa, thank you so much. You did want to do as a team member. Yeah, my uncle, Mr. Jima Ibrahim, we all know him, he's not good with money. He's not good money, as a chartered accountant, chartered auditor, forensic this one, forensic that one. So Mr. Jima Ibrahim, I don't know, but I know that he has been a team player and also contributed a lot to what we're doing there. Mrs. Clara Okoro, the gentle dove. That's our PRO. So thank you so much, all of you. It's been an amazing team, I don't know how faith came together to put us together, and we are working as if we have been together for more than 50 years. That's the spirit. When you have a cause, you believe in it, and you got the drive to make sure that you excel in it. It's been a very wonderful journey. So all the alumni community outside there, this is for you. This is all about you. It's all about our businesses. It's about our success. It's about our contribution to make impactful contribution to the economy of Nigeria. So thank you so much, everyone, for making this happen. And we are saying to you, next year is going to be a grand event. But before then, we are looking forward to our annual party, where we're going to have graduations of all the classes, the AEP, the EEP, the Scale Up, the Digital, all of us entrepreneurship. It's been a wonderful time being with everybody here today. And I thank the Faith team, and I thank the management of Faith, and I thank the ESCO of Faith Foundation, all the partners once again, and all the contributors who made this happen. We say thank you. We appreciate you all. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Abdul Ladibak Balogun. Honorable Abdul Ladi Balogun. Thank you very much for that wonderful appreciation and vote of thanks. But I would also like to acknowledge, firstly, I would like to say a very big thank you to Facebook. They've been wonderful partners. It's like saying partnerships that work. So we've been with Facebook for about 3 years and counting, since 4 years and counting. Pardon my math, I did not come to stage today with a calculator because I've been calculating millions all along. So 4 years and counting, and it's been so wonderful partnerships, and imagine how many businesses have been able to grow as a result of the effect of an interest that Facebook had shown in supporting or partnering with Faith Foundation to support businesses and to create jobs and just leverage on existing digital tools to drive and scale their businesses. Also, a big thank you. So you'll see behind me here, wonderful stage. So this was also put together by a member of the alumni community, and I would like to break them down. So for our stage design and light and all that, so we had Shijibomi Benneth. He's a wonderful person, worked tirelessly throughout the night to ensure that this came to light. We also have for our audio visuals and the media team, we had Tunde and Eric. So it's actually a two-man coming together to drive this together. Tunde and Eric, they are both Faith alumni under U Visuals. And also for our photography in-house here, we had Onyikosola Ige, explicit photography. I mean, so they say there's always something that has to do with refueling, re-energizing yourself. We had that. If there was no fuel, I'm not sure. Now, I'm not talking of fuel, biogas and all that. I'm talking of stomach fuel. So we had entertainment in-house here, and we had that possible by another alumni in the hospitality industry, another person, but Akanimo Etuk of Yomi Delight. He made, he actually filled our stomach up with delicacies, sweet delicacies, and not just living out that. So they say always save the best for last, but that does not mean the others were not good enough. We would also want to appreciate gracing our ears and just filling our hearts with melody. I'm sure you know who I'm about to talk about, Tara Ejugbo of I Am Tara Music. So she did explicitly and wonderfully well. And I mean, I can't thank everyone so much enough for their immense contribution. I would also like to say a very big appreciation to Mr. Fatai Olayemi, all the alumni exco members. They gave tireless times day and night. I remember every Thursdays we'll have meetings running into 8, 9, 10 p.m. And it was all about resilience, and we're able to thrive. And so we are also showing that we also thrive and continue to thrive. So next year is going to be like the General Secretary had said, it's going to be a 2-day conference. We always want to push and take it further. We started from virtual. Now we are having a virtual, because it's like a hybrid and a virtual. Next year, it's going to be, it promises to be an exciting one. So trust me, just keep your fingers crossed, but ensure that you're also working and cashing and smiling to the bank, because 2022, it's gonna be explosive, but without any bombs inclusive. Well, thank you very much, everyone. It's been a pleasure me being your host for today. I remain Itoro Udo, your alumni community member. Bye, everyone.